Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Sprague. I am the president of the British Chamber of Commerce for Italy, and it's my honor to welcome you here this morning to the second in our series of conferences themed on innovation. Some of you perhaps were here last year, same room, more or less the same date, where we looked at innovation in a more general, with more general perspective. This year we've chosen to focus in on two specific issues, cybersecurity and data protection. And we've chosen what hopefully is a jaunty title for the event, having headed it, Mind the Gap, Don't Get Hacked. Those of you who have been to London and have traveled on the metro, which I used to get here, which is just amazing, will know that more or less every station you come to, somebody tells you to mind the gap. So we've taken that as the theme. Before I go any further, I would like to thank SEA, who are hosting us this morning. Again, we're very grateful for that. It's a very interesting place to be if you're thinking about it in innovative terms. And I'm sure the representatives from SEA will give us a little bit of information there. Cybersecurity. Not just a technical challenge, it's a core business issue. And I think one of the things that we will see this morning with our speakers is the interplay between both the state, government, and business, and how important it is that both work together. It affects every sector, from finance, transportation, retail, and of course, the service industry. The cost of breaches is, however, not just financial. It's about trust. When there is a breach, it's trust that suffers first. And then, of course, there's the consequence, which becomes financial. In terms of data protection, it's the bedrock of our trust of how our society works today and how we interact with government and the state. Every piece of data we collect, that we hold, we manage, gives us a responsibility. And the responsibility is to protect the privacy of our customers, our partners, and our stakeholders. Without rigorous data protection, we risk eroding this trust and thereby the trust in our digital economy. Society at large relies on this trust, I participate every year in the Edelman Trust Barometer, and it's interesting to see how that is affected by changes in society, a lot of which arise as a result of digital and technological change. We'll hear from some leading experts this morning, explore latest trends, and share innovative solutions. This is a forum for learning. Those of us who are here to listen as opposed to speak are here to learn the experience of others and the knowledge of others. I would hope that we will all leave here better equipped to protect our organizations and our communities. And again, benvenuti e grazie di essere qua con noi stamattina. We'll kick off with our keynote speaker for this morning. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Nicola Hudson, OBE. Nicola is a former member of the executive board of GCHQ and director of policy at the National Cybersecurity Center. She is also a partner at the Cybersecurity Data and Privacy Global Lead at Brunswick. Nicola.
Buongiorno. That's about as far as my Italian goes. Apologies. So I'm going to carry on in English. Really delighted to be here. Hold on for IT.
Huge gaffe.
Oh.
My own technological.
And I forgot
to get the other introductions.
Ah.
Can I ask you
to
sit down again?
You go. I'm going to sit here.
Yep. Yep. So you've lost all trust in me now. So I'm very sorry. Can I introduce then Serena Corti? I'm sorry. Yeah, so Maurizio Baruffi, who's Responsabile of Public Affairs of SEA, Aeroporti di Milano. Welcome.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President Sprague. Good morning, Director Corti. Welcome to everybody. It's a pleasure for SEA Milan Airports to host your meeting here in our Linate Conference Center. It's not your first time here, so probably it means you had a good experience last year. I'm in charge as a Public Affairs Director, and I bring you the greetings from our CEO, Mr. Armando Brunini. Unfortunately, he is not in Linate today. We are proud to host in our city airport, now connected with the whole city by the line, the blue line of the subway. And I think this is one of the reasons for which Linate has increased every month as number of passengers. We reached last month our record of passengers in Linate, and we are committed to give to our passengers the best travel experience is possible. We believe in innovation, in digital evolution, and as my colleague Alessandro Caleffi will explain during the panel, we want to reach high level of digital services with the maximum of security. So it's very important for us to participate today. Thank you for your invitation. We believe that public debates, public discussion about cybersecurity is a good way to build, to increase a democratic framework of rules, checks, and security measures, ensuring development of innovation and digital systems. So have a nice day. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to invite Serena Corti, Deputy Consul General and Executive Director of the UK Department of Business and Trade.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Serena. I'm the UK Deputy Consul General here in Italy, and I'm also the Executive Director for the Department of Business and Trade in Italy. It's really an honor to be here today, and I'm very grateful to BCCI for organizing this high-level event. It's an amazing partner for us. We work really closely, and I would like to thank Steven and his amazing team for finding the time and the energies to organize this important event, and to SEA, of course, for hosting us in this very prestigious venue. We don't talk about cybersecurity enough. We need to talk more, and we need to do more. When we think of cybersecurity, we usually think on how we can protect our devices, but it's a lot more. It's how we can protect ourselves, our identity, our family, our assets. Think of a government, it becomes even a bigger need because it's to protect citizens, it's to protect national infrastructures and assets. I would like just to share a figure. In the last year, the UK government spent around £641 million in contracts for cyber. That's quite a significant amount of money, and it's often associated with defense contracts. The UK, as Italy, I would like to say, we both are leaders in cybersecurity. The UK market is very vibrant. Consider that we have around 2,000 companies. There is a big growth, like around 3%. And in terms of employees, we have even more important figure, around 58,000 employees who work in cybersecurity. And if compared to the previous year, we had an increase of 10%. The turnover is around £10.5 billion, quite impressive. But we are also doing activities to involve more women, female in the cyber domain. So I would like just to mention quickly an initiative that is named Cyber First Program, and only last year we involved 9,000 girls in a cyber competition. So we are very proud of this work. To conclude, I would like to say that we, as human beings, we like to think that we are smart, and I think that we all are smart, but everything that is smart is also vulnerable, so we need to reflect also on this. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And now, again, apologizing for my false start, I'd like to invite Nicola back to the stand.
Great, thank you. And Serena, so lovely to hear you mention Cyber First. It was a program I was involved in from the beginning and used to judge, and seeing these 12, 13-year-old girls compete, thousands in a room, you know, hacking away at stuff. It was amazing. So great to hear it's still being acknowledged. So, morning. Just by way of introduction, my name is Nicola Hudson. I'm delighted to be here to kick off the day's conference. By background, I'm pure comms, crisis across both public and private sector. I moved to GCHQ, which is the UK Signals Agency, to help form what was known and is still known as the National Cybersecurity Center, where I spent over 7 years. And whilst there, we dealt with just over 1,000 cyber incidents for the UK government. And when we talk about incidents being dealt with, we talk about it in terms of level 1, 2, or 3 out of 10. So really the most serious incidents that are faced by the UK government. I then joined Brunswick about 3 years ago, where I co-lead the cybersecurity practice. And that involves working with business and working alongside amazing colleagues like, I'm just looking around the room, I'm sure Marina is here as well, who is based in Italy. I think one of the key things over this last decade of working in the cybersecurity industry is I talk about it as the Holy Trinity when dealing with cyber incidents, where the technical team, the legal team, and the communications client-facing teams work together hand in hand. And that is when you get a perfect response. And when I look at the speakers lined up today, that is absolutely reflected in what we're all going to hear. So the technical expertise, the legal expertise, and how you handle it at the end. And somebody said to me the other day, it's not just about how you contain the incident and report it. The real work starts on day 2, on week 2, on month 2, where you're still dealing with the repercussions and the lack of trust that has been brought about as a result of it. So these 3 kind of parts of the organisation working together really do, for me, hold the model of what brilliant looks like. So over the next 10-15 minutes, I'm just going to reflect, if you like, on the changing nature of cybersecurity and how businesses and governments are beginning to deal with the threat, and what more can we do. Back in the day, way back when, we're looking at national cyber threats often limited to, you know, viruses, worms, trojans, malicious software, if you like, designed to disrupt services, corrupt data, steal sensitive information. And these threats, when they weren't state actors, were typically the work of individual hackers, financially motivated criminals, or so-called script kiddies experimenting with malicious code. When I was at the NCSC, one of the biggest incidents we had was from a 14-year-old young boy in Northern Ireland, causing a huge amount of damage just because he was having a go and seeing what he could do. Targets, often random individuals, small businesses, occasionally corporate networks. And while disruptive, the attacks were quite simplistic by today's standards. However, moving on 10 years, this threat has clearly evolved, both due to geopolitical changes and technology. In particular, when we're thinking about geopolitics, we used to have within GCHQ, who are the big four, if you like, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. And obviously the geopolitics that we're seeing over these last few years, particularly the war in Ukraine and increasing economic tensions with China, have all pervaded and really impacted the cybersecurity landscape beyond what we have traditionally seen state actors doing with government and critical national infrastructure. We've seen it play out in the political arena just yesterday, and it feels a lifetime ago now, having woken up to a very likely Trump victory. There was a statement from both CISA, the US security agency, FBI, and ODNI, stating that they have observed foreign adversaries, particularly Russia, conducting additional influence operations solely to undermine public confidence in the integrity of the US election and stoke divisions among Americans. It goes into detail about how this has been done, the manufacturing of deep fakes, fake articles, fake videos to undermine the legitimacy of the election and instill fear in voters. It also pointed to Iranian malicious cyber activities to compromise the former President Trump's campaign. So we're seeing it play out politically, but we're also seeing it play out in terms of businesses. So, you know, it used to be the preserve that it was governments and businesses that you would expect, defense sector, financial sector being targeted. But it is absolutely everybody now. If we look at IBM's 2024 Threat Intelligence Index that has just been published, the manufacturing industry now is the top sector targeted, with over a quarter of all cyber attacks, followed by the banking and financial sector, driven obviously by the large amount of sensitive data, but also money, obviously. Third, professional business and consumer services, we're at 15.4, followed by energy at 11.1, and retail and wholesale at 10.7. Just behind that, which I personally find slightly just horrible to deal with when I'm called in on incidents, is the healthcare system. And you'll have seen it obviously within Italy in the last few months. And that has changed even over the last few years. Several threat actors just 2 years ago publicly announced policies banning their affiliates and users from targeting healthcare companies. And if we look at what's happened in the last year, we've had, from when I was in the NCSC, dealing with the WannaCry attack, which hit the UK's National Health Service. It wasn't targeted, but the impact was huge. We've then had the MediSecure hack in April 2024, which impacted nearly 13 million Australians. We've had the attack this year in the UK on Synavos, a provider of pathology services that absolutely impacted people's health and ability to get blood transplants, etc. And the Italian healthcare attack this year. So it is pervasive, it is everywhere. And in the words of Steve Sands from the Chartered Institute for IT, the ransomware threat that many of these organisations have been targeted with is now an ever-present danger to critical institutions, by which we mean not MOD, but schools and hospitals, and the things that just make our lives go round. So why are we experiencing this? We've had the ransomware going up as well. But we've also got huge technological digital transformations going on, which are continuing to reshape society and leading to more complex evolving threats. We've seen new threat actors emerging, very sophisticated cyber criminal organizations activists with political agendas, and even state-sponsored groups seeking to undermine national security, economic stability, and democratic institutions. Excuse me. And industry is just not immune. They're seen as the sixth domain of warfare. It is now businesses at the front and centre of this threat vector. It's not just energy security, but economic and research security that we're seeing compromised. So what are we seeing businesses having to deal with? We have seen, and you'll all be aware, the massive increase in ransomware, the prolific, just everywhere, between hitting organisations with an operational impact to just data theft for reputational issues. We've seen the numbers of small and large businesses hit with third-party supply chain attacks, presenting its own set of challenges. We're also seeing zero-day exploits by state actors on businesses, which, as well as the operational impact, requires the organisation to have to deal with security agencies and police and find that they're not quite as in control of their incident management plan as they thought they would be, which can cause huge problems. It wouldn't be any conference without a passing reference to AI. And there's always debates at these conferences, friend or foe, and people have quite strong feelings on it. In terms of friend, there are obviously huge opportunities in terms of the defence space with AI, from analysing network traffic in real time to detecting behaviour that aligns with malicious activity. The Bank of International Settlements recently reported that 71% of central banks surveyed had adopted Gen AI tools for cybersecurity, with users praising the effectiveness of the technology in detecting cyber threats when compared to traditional tools. However, criminals, state actors are also using AI with great effect. The phishing and the social engineering attacks continue to just get better and better. We'll all have seen the use of the deepfake video where the CEO was created to facilitate and transfer funds. And indeed at Brunswick with Marina, we were working with various banks using deepfake videos that we produced in-house to show how easy it was and how they were going to deal with the impact of one of these videos going viral. So the tools are there and are being used. So what to do? I think the responsibility lies with all of us. It is not just for government to protect everybody and everything. Businesses need to not only put the money and time and effort into prevention, and I know, Roberta, you might touch on this later. It's about how you plan and train and work through the impact of an incident. What do you have in place? What backup systems, etc. And this needs to be done not in silos. Businesses are very good at, the tech teams have got their plan, the legal team know what they're going to do in regulatory, and the customer care team are doing, and they don't speak to each other. We were involved in an incident whereby the backup system was in place and it all worked brilliantly, and in the first meeting the CEO was like, right, and now we need to contact all our customers and the database, and CISO was like, we don't have that information. It's like, how do we not have that information? We've got the backup. The backup has the basics to keep us running, but we made a decision in last year's finance meeting that the more expensive part of this backup system, we weren't going to go. So no, you don't have any addresses or emails of all your key contacts anywhere. And it was one of those moments where you go, if people had just trained, planned, had that kind of tabletop exercise and discussed those dependencies, this wouldn't have happened. So businesses need to do more to plan, to understand, plans are very good for fire and that sort of thing, but in cyber, they're still far from perfect. But governments also need to do more. When I was at number 10, this was the time when the Bank of England governor sent a letter to the Chancellor of the time, George Osborne, saying, if we have a cyber event on the Bank of England, who do I go to? What do I need to do in terms of connecting in with the UK government? And received a 7-page letter naming just about every government department he would have to work with to deal with this incident. And that was where the gem of the idea of one centre to deal with cyber incidents for the UK government came from. And so the NCSC, when it was set up, was there to respond to critical cyber incidents, but more importantly, to share threat intelligence with business that could be used in a meaningful way, to partner with industry and not do everything themselves, and to nurture the UK's cybersecurity capability, like things like Cyber First. How are we going to get these 8, 9, 10-year-olds into a cybersecurity industry which doesn't have enough talent? This has been set up and replicated, adapted around the world. Similar organisations exist in Australia and Canada, CISA in 2018, and obviously, very excited to hear from Roberto, who started the Italian National Cybersecurity Agency in 2018. These agencies are not only becoming better at working together and sharing intelligence, there has been real progress made in some of the going upstream and taking out some of the major players, such as this year when the National Crime Agency with other organisations such as FBI took down Lockbit, one of the most prominent ransomware groups in the world. Now, we can't overstate this. I mean, Lockbit regrouped and off they went 3 weeks later. But actually, confidence in governments and agencies' ability to actually do something to help businesses who are at the forefront, that was the gain there. Businesses actually thought somebody is doing something, somebody is trying to go after these ones, even though in the words of one tech director, it's like whack-a-mole, but you still have some of the benefits of it. Multiple arrests were made and carried out of some of the highest ranking members, including in the US, the Canada and Ukraine, and they were able to seize key infrastructure used by Lockbit to perpetrate attacks across the world. I think what was also interesting is, and we advise organisations all the time when they're hit by ransomware, do we pay? Are they going to get rid of our data? And you're like, they're criminals. If you're paying for it, they're likely not going to dump it, but don't, kid yourselves, are going to get rid of it. And the police, when they went after Lockbit, duly found literally everybody's data was still there. It hadn't been deleted, it was still there and being used at some point, no doubt. So there's a lot going on. There's also a huge amount in the regulatory space, which absolutely has to go hand in hand. Within the UK, we've had the NIS regulations, we've got a cyber assessment framework, and we've got secure by design, really trying to ensure that in IoT, security is bedded into it, which is really important. But what does this mean for the future? It means that all these competing agencies, whether it's the police, whether it's national security agencies, whether it's MOD, really do have to work together and protect countries' critical national infrastructure and guide policies and priorities. Need to do more to diminish what cyber threats actors are doing. And we need to tackle it head on. Just as I left NCSC, I was part of the Joint Ransomware Task Force, which was started by the US and the UK and now has 67 member countries, really looking at how governments can help businesses tackle the ransomware threat. We've got the NIS2 directive coming out. We've had the Digital Operational Resilience Act, DORA, for financial industry. And there's still continued support in the area with the Five Eyes, where intelligence is shared between Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK and US. So a lot of collective effort is continuing to be done. What else needs to be done, I think, is governments need to do more to leverage the huge amount of intelligence that comes through. There are lots of sharing platforms and businesses sign up, but there is more that can be done. Active cyber defence that was brought about in the UK is an example of where governments are trying to help businesses deal with the threat. Businesses also have an absolute obligation to just get the basics right. Only the other day I was helping on an incident where, because it was a bit of legacy kit, it hadn't been patched for 3 years. It was just wide open, and you just slightly hold your head and think, patch or don't use the system. Like, you've got to get faster at this about transferring the technology you're using. If they're not using multi-factor authentication today, they're going to be hit at some point. Logging and analytics are absolutely critical. But most of all, it's patch, patch, patch. Patch Tuesday in the UK is a thing for a reason. You know, we shouldn't be kind of coming in and just seeing unpatched networks. Organisations have to prepare. It's no longer at all a case of it may happen. It is going to happen, and organisations are still slightly head in the sand. Let's just hope it doesn't and it will be fine. It won't be. There also needs to be more sharing. I get that businesses aren't, in the heat of an incident, going to say to everybody what's going on, and I'm sure some of the lawyers will be kind of like, they should never say anything about what's going on. But post the incident, it really does help businesses learn from each other. Even CEOs, when they're in that hotspot, you know, one of the first things they're like is, they haven't had to deal with this before. They want to talk to people. They want to learn from people. What could I do? What should I be doing? What's coming down the line in 2 days, 3 days? We've got to be better at talking about these things. And for businesses itself, demand more. You know, demand more from the suppliers. The number of businesses being hit because of suppliers' issues is huge. Look at what cybersecurity preparations they've got in place when they're buying software. Ensure that your suppliers have good patching. They architect their products to allow for logging and monitoring. They use multi-factor authentication for a single sign-in, etc. Demand, demand, demand more. Share more. Discuss more. And together, we should be looking for better outcomes. Less incidents, and when the incidents happen, less impact, particularly operationally, etc. We need to all be working far better together to deal with this threat, which is ever evolving and ever changing. So it's a matter of, we can do it. It's not a bad place to be. Thank you.
Before I let Nicola go, I think we'd all benefit from your experience. If I asked you what were your 3 basic tips that you would give to business in terms of how they can ensure, the word you keep using and the word I used as well, and I think we're going to hear a lot today, is trust. What would those 3 tips be?
So we have a very handy 10 lessons from 100 breaches on our website, if you would like 10. But the 3 I would go for is, 1, it is going to happen, so plan for it. And when I say plan for it as an executive team where you work together, you tabletop it, and you put things in place. Two, think about the scenarios. What are the most likely things that are going to hit you? One, if you were hit by a third party issue, or if you had data stolen, how are you going to deal with it? And third, comms always on any agenda is right at the end. And actually, it's the one thing that will spell the difference between you as an organisation coming out of it enhanced rather than damaged. And I've worked with organisations whereby they have got a plan, they've gone out, they've stayed true to who they are. They've said, no, we're open, we're transparent, we're trusted by our customers, we're going to go out and say what's going on and deal with it in that way. And they've had a huge amount of positive response to that. And I've also, seen the impact on clients who have gone out late, who have been slightly misleading with their communications to try and make out it's not as bad as it is, or who have said it will be ready in one day, or no data has been taken and having to go back 3 weeks' time. Some data has been taken 3 months' time. All your data's been taken. I mean, these things shouldn't happen, but they do. And the companies that deal with it well really do actually enhance their brand. And the companies who have no plan in place and who just want to pretend it's not happening and who aren't open and transparent really do suffer in the long term. And you can see it in terms of their share price falling. You can see it in terms of when they're fined, what is spoken about. There was an FCA fine that literally said, didn't report it soon enough, didn't inform consumers soon enough, misled, blah, blah, blah. And it was all about the communications, not that they had been hit. So my plea to everybody who's dealing with this is communications really shouldn't be the last thing at the end of a very busy crisis meeting. It should be right up there in terms of how we're dealing with this, because if you lose your customers' trust, you've lost your business.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Our next section, we've headed Bridging the Gap, just to pick up with the metaphor with the trains and the stumbling. I'd like to invite Roberto Baldoni to take a seat on the panel, and we will be joined in video by Tijs Broeke. Roberto was, as Nicola mentioned, founder of and first director of the National Cybersecurity Agency for Italy. Prior to this, he spent 4 years as Deputy Director General of Italian Intelligence, heading the national cybersecurity activities. He's also the author of several books. His recent book, Charting Digital Sovereignty, a Survival Playbook. We will have the link available for that at the end of today's conference. Tijs Broeke, who we are joining, good morning, Tijs, electronically, serves as chair of the City of London's Police Authority Board, which is the UK's lead force for fraud, economic and cybercrime. He's also advisor to the Mayor of London as a member of the London Policing Board, chairs National Cyber Resilience Centre Group, and is a director of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners and national co-lead for economic crime. Tijs also leads the Government Affairs and Public Policy in the UK and Northwest Europe for HP Inc. So good morning, Roberto, and good morning, Tijs. We're going to conduct this session as a discussion between the expert and the ignorant. So I'm going to ask a series of questions, and we'll see whether the questions are sufficiently intelligent to get a proper answer. I'll start with Tijs, who's on screen. So my first question for Tijs is In its role as National Police Chief's Council Lead for Cybercrime and National Lead Force for Fraud, especially bearing in mind that 90% of fraud is cyber-enabled, how does the City of London Police help protect UK national economic security?
Thank you, and I hope I'm the expert, not the ignorant. Although
believe me, I was the ignorant. I am the ignorant.
No, I know. Although I think actually many businesses nowadays are no longer ignorant. Although Nicola was right to say we all need to ask more and demand more, whether or not you're private sector or public sector, indeed. So as you rightly said, 90% of all fraud is now cyber-enabled. It's actually, if you take it a little bit, you take cyber a little bit wider, actually 90% of all crimes in the UK now have an online element. So I think that is really kind of stark. A normal policing is not sufficient anymore. So as you rightly said, the City of London Police leads the fight against fraud, economic crime and cybercrime nationally. And we do that in three ways. One is to support local, regional forces in the UK to take action to share best practice and help the victims, because the victims are always very much the majority are locally. It's your relatives or my grandmother, or indeed as I was a victim of fraud myself. So it happens to all of us. The second point is we work closely with other law enforcement agencies in the UK. That is, for example, the National Crime Agency or the SFO, or indeed the National Cybersecurity Center Nicola was part of, to have what we call a system response, so to make sure that all the elements of law enforcement and regulators work together to pursue, to catch the criminals, and most importantly also to disrupt the criminals. And that proactive approach is really where we're focusing on our efforts nowadays. And then finally, and as Nicola said earlier, it is a collective effort, and so we work in partnership with the private sector, and that is, of course, being based in the financial heart of the UK, the City of London. It's working with our financial institutions, but more and more we're working with the tech companies and the telecommunication companies, because fraud and cybercrime is now an industrial scale crime and threat. So we need an industrial scale response. And if I may, perhaps personally, me as chair of the City of London Police Authority and indeed the National Cyber Security Resilience Group is very much, I would say, to keep this topic in the forefront of the political and public debate. A while back, we had a big review of the response to fraud, for example, which lots of it is, of course, cyber-enabled, as you said. And there was one chief constable who said it's not really a priority for them because fraud doesn't bang, bleed, or shout. And you could arguably say the same for cyber. It is only the big cases that catch the public eye, that when people understand that it's not victimless. So it is really my job to make sure that we keep it on the political agenda, and that both public and private sector up their defenses.
Thank you. I've heard talk of the National Cyber Resilience Center Group. Could you explain to us what that is and what your role, or how you see your role in it as chair?
Yes, and this is very much focusing on small and medium-sized enterprises. So they often don't have the capacity, the money, or the expertise to look at cybersecurity. And as Nicola said, it is really important that we all get the basics right. So the idea behind the National Center is that we work with regional partners, police and businesses on a regional level, to provide free training and assessments for small and medium-sized enterprises, and to ensure that they use all the tools that are available. And the National Cybersecurity Center has fantastic guidance and really clear messaging, but it's helping to reach those businesses and helping those small businesses to really up their defenses. So because ultimately that will increase the cyber resilience of the UK as a whole.
Thank you. Moving on to something which for me is personal anyway. We've all received phishing emails. We've all received emails from Nigerian princesses. Can you tell me what action fraud is and how you see it being replaced?
Yes, well, first of all, if it sounds too good to be true, and a Nigerian princess often is, or a large inheritance, then probably it is. But joking aside, action fraud was one of the first systems in the world where we have a national reporting line, both online and you can call as well, where members of the public can report fraudulent behavior, or if they think that they've been a victim of fraud. That will then go into, that's coordinated by the City of London Police, and that will be disseminated to either local forces, or the City of London Police picks up the cases themselves, or indeed if they're big and complex cases, we work together with, for example, the National Crime Agency or the Serious Fraud Office. So it's very much a national tool where members of the public can report fraud, so we can react. So it's reactive. Now, what we're doing at the moment is there's a very significant investment made by the government, the previous government, and also the current government in the UK, continuing that support, where we're going to replace the system. And what that will do is twofold. One is, and actually Nicola talked about communication, and this is very much also important for victims, where often you report it and then you can't really see what happens, because most of the cases, it is someone abroad who is out of our jurisdiction. Now, if you work together with other law enforcement agencies across the world, sometimes you can pick up the big players, but most of the times you can't. So there is not much you can do from a law enforcement perspective. However, that doesn't mean that your report isn't important. It's absolutely crucial, and we know that more or less around only 14% of all fraud cases get reported. So it's massive issue. So we want people to report, even if there can't be a kind of a legal outcome. Your report will still help with disrupting, gathering more information about other cases, linking it to cyber criminals, for example. But you never hear back. So one of the things that system will do is a much better tracking of all the reports and feeding back, even 2 years later, to those that reported it, saying, thank you so much. You actually helped convict this criminal in the end. Or we were going to court and this criminal gets behind bars. The other more important thing, or not more important, but the other thing that people might not see is it will enable data sharing. And here, data sharing is absolutely crucial. The intelligence sharing across the different agencies, but crucially also with the private sector. So with the financial institutions, with the tech companies and the telcos. Now, we've seen in the UK where now financial institutions have to refund money to victims of fraud. They've upped their game in trying to prevent it, and B, work with the law enforcement agencies much better in sharing information. We haven't yet seen the same enthusiasm of some of the big tech players. So I think this will enable a quick and safe platform for that information to be shared.
Thank you, Tijs. Finally, you have a privileged position in the sense that you have one foot within the let's call it the state and the agency, the City of London Police, and you have another foot in private sector at HP. How do you think your role at HP and your role at the City of London Police is influenced one by the other?
I think actually it's the working together part, the collective effort that in a way I see both sides. And at the City Police, one of our key aims is to ensure that the public and private sector up their defenses. And at HP, it is the same. So for HP, of course, there is a commercial element to it where our software and hardware security is something that we are extremely proud of. And Gianpaolo, I believe, later in the session he is far more knowledgeable than I am around the technicalities of all of this. But our message is quite simple. It is to governments and public sector, you really need to put cybersecurity as a key element of your public procurement policy. Too often we see, for example, with hardware, that it is an afterthought rather than a key decision point of when you purchase your hardware devices, or indeed when you purchase the relevant software requirements. So I think the messaging is the same. It's ultimately we are keen, both from the City Police or indeed working for HP, that the national security is front and center of everyone's mind.
Thank you very much. So if you'd like to stay with us for a while, I'll turn now to Roberto. Roberto, given your background and your experience, what do you think a state has to do to improve cyber strategies and security?
So thank you, Stephen. Thank you for the invitation here. I think that Nicola and Tijs gave already wide horizon of the activity that some state or also company has to carry out. Now, I think that if we abstract a little bit the situation, we are in front to a real cultural change, because if we bring all the economy and all the social interaction inside cyberspace, then of course we need to master the cyberspace. And unfortunately, this happened in maybe 15 years. And the cultural change takes much more time. So actually we have to work a lot on the awareness in order to understand for each one which are the safety rules to be used inside cyberspace. And the safety rules are different according to the position that someone has in the society. So if I am a CEO of a large company, I need to know a little bit more about the cyber risk, and I need to handle the cyber risk as the financial risk, because this is what we are talking about right now. If I am a citizen, then of course I need to understand some basic rule, but you need to learn and to know about that in order to avoid the princess from Nigeria story. So actually, cultural change takes time. We don't have much time because technology is progressing a lot. Just think to what Nicola said about AI. So that it will go again to change completely the horizon of the digital landscape. So from the perspective now, coming back to a more, let's say, ground sphere, of course, during my experience, I saw a lot of attention of companies. And by the way, just last year, the ACN handled something like 1,000 incidents in Italy, just very comparable with the numbers that Nicola said. I saw a lot of attention to software tools to prevent, that something bad happen, and not too much attention on the mitigation techniques. I understand that, even for a CEO of a company, it's much more secure, he believes, if he's able to purchase some good piece of software that can save him. But at the same time, he has to realize that mitigation is the other important, very important part. And so everything that relates to the organization after an incident, and here it's very important to exercise during, the company lifetime, exercise against these events that can happen in order to be ready. Because one of the things that you notice when something bad happens in in a large company or in a critical infrastructure is, the bad preparation, also a psychological preparation that these guys has in front to the incident. And this has to be completely reversed. I mean, we need to have people that is ready to react to these events, and we have to work, in order to have this. It's also important the contrast phase, and Nicola mentioned, and also Tijs, the work that the law enforcement is doing against this, and it's very important also to enlarge the cooperation, so having more countries together. In this respect, I was one of the main supporters of the CRI, which is the counter-ransomware initiative that the Biden administration started, where there are now, I think, 60 countries involved. So, and it's not like, a diplomatic meeting where you get teas and pastries. No, it's something very, very operative, in the sense that we work on several different fronts, from policy, because it's very important to have policy alignment, especially among allies, in order to be more interoperable from this perspective, because we need to be quick to respond to a threat which is very quick to deploy. So that's why policy alignment is very important. Then we have the diplomatic side, because the country that we cannot push on the alignment, we need to push on other, button, and the diplomatic is good. The technical side, the alignment between, the national cybersecurity agencies, and of course the anti-laundering to follow the money when some ransom is paid. So all these are actions that have to be intertwined. They cannot be in isolation, because again, we changed our world, and when you change your world, you need no silos at all. You need to integrate operation and to respond to the threat. So that's why I believe that again, more focus on mitigation activity, and this is good for company and is good for government. International cooperation, but operative, in the sense that we need to do things together, and we have to enlarge the space of cooperation to many fronts in order to be more interoperable from many perspectives. And if there is technical people here knows how interoperability is important in information system, we should bring this concept into government sphere, because the criminal or the actor state is very quick to deploy a threat, and we have to respond quickly, as quick as we can. If we are working alone in our small countries, you cannot do anything, because the threat is global.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you also for justifying why there were no pastries this morning with the coffee. You talked about interaction with states, so that leads us on to geopolitics, and we won't open the obvious debate we could be having this morning. What role do you think Europe has to play or could play in the geopolitics of cybersecurity?
So let's say that for Europe as it is, there is no role. There is no role, because we don't have a political Europe. We just have you know, a common market which looks more at competition, internal competition affair. But we don't have any kind of strategic industrial policy, because industrial policy is left to the member state. So what we can do, and you know, if you talk about cybersecurity, you would need some, you know, global player in cybersecurity, and we don't have one. In Europe, we have a Romanian company which is doing a good job. We have F-Secure, we have Avast, but this is still not enough, because then you don't have that expertise that you need in order to defend yourself. So you would need European champions, and actually I don't see how they can rise at the moment. So this comes back to the Draghi report that has been sent out a couple of months ago. I see that the reception of this report has been very cold. If things will continue like that, we have to defend ourselves member state by member state, and this will be very, very difficult for the reason that I said before. To face a global threat, you need the global response. At least, I mean, not global in the worldwide sense, but done by as many nations as possible. And if you are not able to do that, it's like a company that decide to defend ourselves without looking at the supply chain, without looking at you know, all issues that can make this company vulnerable. And the issues are not only inside the company, they are also outside. And you have to look at those. And if you are just looking at your member state, you have no way to answer, I mean, to respond to the threat in a, let's say, in a quick and effective way. So if you look, for example, you know, at the AI Act, I think, you know, it took 6 years to get to the AI Act. And because I was one of the guys that, you know, was negotiating at the beginning this for Italy, and we were in 2018. And the approval was in 2024. And the application will be in 2026. 8 years. And we are talking about AI. You can just understand, you know, how far AI went in 8 years. So we have to be careful and making things more quick, because in order to respond to the threat, you need to be quick in crossing all the inputs that you have, and this is not Europe. I mean, Europe is not done in order to react quickly, at least the Europe that we have now. So if things will change with a major political integration, with the exploitation of the Europe market in order to create European champions, and having also a policy, an external policy of trade for European companies that look at the global space, at the global economy space, then maybe things can change. Because at the end of the day, to survive to this digital world, you need big tech. And if you don't have a big tech, look what's happening in Ukraine. You know, it's not NATO that is, you know, helping the Ukrainian people to keep alive their information system. It's Microsoft, Amazon, Starlink for communication. So you need this player, because the world is changing. So even the way in which you approach a possible conflict has to be different. And we cannot, as Europe, either, rely completely on US big tech, but neither rely on a Romanian company, with the due respect for the Romanian company, of course. So we would need a policy that is able to push us in Europe in the digital dimension. And I believe that maybe before the election, the European election, this was easier. Now, I think it will be more difficult to achieve this result.
It's rather scary. Okay, I am tempted.
But I have the bad luck guy. So when I am in a discussion, so it's my role, and I did it for more than 10 years. So
well, avoiding walking into a tunnel at the moment, which I think we could all do, given the news from this morning. Thank you for that. I would leave it there. You mentioned AI. Nicola, in her opening speech, mentioned AI. Where do you think we are with AI, and where are we going, at least in the near future?
Yeah, simple question. So, from my perspective, AI will just enlarge the number of risks that we have in front of us, definitely. So we have different kind of risk. We have immediate risk, which is the pollution of the web. The fact that these AI have hallucinations, so they can provide bad result. Never forget that AI is a black box technology. We don't know how it works. That's very important to keep in mind. So we don't know how is the strategy that brings to the answer. These algorithms are around since the 70s. I did my master thesis on AI, on a perceptron machine. So we are talking about the 90s. We have many risks in front of us, unknown. So that's why I was very, let's say, against what Europe did, regulating something that we don't know. I found much more reasonable the approach that US and UK took, and say, look, UK built the Safety Institute of AI. Let's study the risks, and then we go to regulate afterwards. And this is what happened with cybersecurity. We start realizing that cybersecurity could be a threat in 2000, first years of this millennium. And in order to have a good framework that is able to get all the organizational policy aspect, technical one, we got it in 2014, which means roughly 10 years after we realized what was going on, at least the people that was, in the field. And because it takes time. And for AI, it will not change, with the addition that we don't know how it works, which is even worse and sometimes scaring. And it's not me, but the main inventor of AI that said which could be the risk, the apocalyptic risk at the end of the day. I want just to tell you another thing in order that you will be less scared. So never forget that AI is an old technology, as I told you. But now we have the computational power, we have the data to make this technology works. And never forget that we talk a lot about ethics. I am an ethical guy, ethics on AI. But don't forget that there will be someone in some part of the world that will develop this as a weapon, probably against the Western democracies. And if we don't know how an AI works in the wild, I will be really scared at that point, because you can check, with your prompt and talking to ChatGPT, and especially the last version, how manipulative this AI that could be. So it's very important for us to realize how AI can work in the wild in order to understand if some threat is happening. So that's why, again, if I would be in an all-friendly world, then I would be happy to talk about ethics, to put limits, to put boundaries, to put guardrails, as they like to say. But we don't have to forget in the world that we live, and probably this morning the world is even more divided with respect to how it was yesterday. So we have to understand this, and we have to respond. And to respond, we need to be, how I can say, very realistic and develop what we need.
Thank you. So some of us had dinner with Roberto last night, and he did warn us that this would not be a happy conclusion. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Tijs. We're very grateful for your intervention this morning, and thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. I'd like to invite Massimo Proverbio to join me. Massimo is Chief Data AI Technology Officer at Intesa Sanpaolo. He joined Intesa Sanpaolo in 2018 and leads the bank's IT, digital and innovation activities. He now oversees as Chief Data AI and Technology Officer. He holds also other board roles, including with CENTAI, the Institute and Anti-Financial Crime Digital Hub, and is a member of the Technical Scientific Committee of the Italian National Cybersecurity Agency. Massimo has headed his speech this morning as Cybersecurity Threat Landscape and Essential Prevention Measures. Thank you, Massimo.
Good morning to all, and thanks for the invitation. I will give you, let's say, an industry perspective on how basically we are addressing the cybersecurity space. Now I just wait for the deck to be on. Okay. Okay. The first element, I will simply recap something that has been already said somehow. So cyber threat is becoming more important for digital transformation, and therefore the customer, and especially in the financial sector, are entering in a digital space, and as well as our employees. So we want to create a safe environment, because trust, as Stephen said, is the fundamental part for us to attract the people and to satisfy the people there. Then there are, as many speakers said, including Roberto, there is a threat because of the political situation. Of course, there are weapons that are used for war that are given through criminal gangs, and the criminal gangs then use their weapon for their own objectives. I just mentioned that Conti was a criminal gang based in Russia. It was dismantled someone said, let's say, hired by the government, but that's another story. It was dismantled at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, and in the last year, there will be probably 100 people, more or less. They did 1 billion turnover. I think that the profitability of the business is pretty high, so it's very, let's say, useful for them to invest money on this type of business. There was a reaction, however, from the industry, because you see from the chart, there was a significant increase on cyber attack. And basically, if you see in the loss that we had, the peak was 2020, and the peak was the same also for Intesa Sanpaolo. And it was more on, let's say, damage done to the client than to the bank, basically, because the attack was fraud and something like that. But the reaction was there, and I think that we reduced 80 times the amount of fraud that we had. So it was very, very significant. And this was done mainly through AI, of course, because, of course, you can prevent all the frauds, but then you restrict the service that you give on a cyber to the digital client. So it's a trade-off. The more you are open, the more you give better service, but the more you are prone to frauds and cybercrime. Next point. Sorry. I don't know. Okay. As I said, basically, the amount of money that these guys can have is at the end huge. I saw, this was an estimate from a research that we had. I saw this morning a research from JPMC that was saying that the frauds are costing to the society 10 billion a year. So it's very significant in terms of risk. Now I focus on what are the possible driver of attack. Why this is important? Because they have different they have very different impact. There is a social engineering, malware, and information manipulation. At the end, these are the one that takes basically the money, in the case of a bank, out of your account. It's something very annoying, but definitely, and undermine trust, can have a severe impact in terms of operational loss, but doesn't mean that the bank itself as institution is at a significant risk in this respect. If we take denial of service or data threats, meaning that is data exfiltration, these are two tools that the criminal use to ask for a ransom. Denial of service, meaning that they lock your capability to give service to the customer, and they ask a ransom to stop this. Of course, we have a very good prevention measure, and basically in an institution like Intesa or a major institution, this simply has a very limited slowdown on the service that we do, but we don't have impact. Data filtration, of course, is a different danger because they ask you money in exchange of not publishing data that they eventually get. Let's move now to the other 2 points that are, let's say, ransomware and supply chain impact. These are 2 things that really can disrupt your business. Because if you, and this was the case, for example, very well known of Colonial Pipeline in the US, if they encrypt all your system, you simply cannot operate. And you cannot operate at all. Just imagine what happens if a telco, an energy provider, or a major financial service provider is simply locked. We cannot simply pay nothing. You cannot withdraw money. We cannot settle security bonds and so on the market, and so on. And this is 4 days. this honestly can put the institution at risk. So the impact are very different. One is to pay simply a ransom or have a prevention measure. The other one is customer protection in terms of, not having to lose money or not having these people with the account, swept off from their money. And the other one has a very different impact on, as a systemic impact. So what I think this is, I focus on ransom because ransom is the one that is more disruptive. I go back what we have to do. First of all, I would say that the overall environment, although we evolve a lot in terms of, let's say, business, policy, government, and so on, is significant. From what I see, we have still many steps to do. Because if you take, for example, what I say, the normal crime from, stealing your money out of your account, the technique that they are used are very different. And there are no precise policy to prevent this. For example, to shut down a phishing site, you take days. It's obvious that you shouldn't. If you want to avoid crime, you should shut it down in minutes. In days, it's useless. The business that they have to do is done. If you there is many complaints, rightly from the customer, that they receive, phishing message through the number of Intesa Sanpaolo. This is a legal activity. And of course, the customer is trapped into these type of things because this is legal. It's done for several business reasons, but it can be restricted. There is no certainty, on who is responsible of a fraud. So many times, you have the mechanism that is called the swap SIM, where the criminal takes the SIM of a cell phone, he gets the number and so on through social engineering, goes, change the SIM with his own, lock the phone of the customer, and then sweeps out the money from the story. Who is responsible for this? Currently is mainly the bank that is absolutely out of the loop. It's a loop between the customer and the telco. If you create this type of situation, and I know that also for fraud and for thief, for both, the authority tend to put their responsibility on the bank. That I understand why, because they say that there is no maturity in the customer space to prevent this. But this creates a slowdown awareness, in my view, from the end customer. Let's move to the ransomware. If we take the ransomware, there are no clear points. It's obvious that, let's say, an institution, if it's completely locked, cannot operate. I don't see policy that enable the bank to, let's say, that help the bank or the institution to manage the transition period between when the bank is locked and when he has to recover. What happens to payment, what happens to settlement, and so on, is not something that can be said by the bank. It's something that can be said by the government at a European level, or at least at national level. So I think that there is still a lot of work to do from the policymaker and the institution in this space. I just go now, skipping this that is related basically to ransom, to the what we have to do. What we have to do to mitigate the risk and mitigate the impact, probably I will describe this slide in a slightly different way, is basically to prevent, to manage, and to recover. Prevent, what does it mean? Means to prevent what it can happen. So the first thing that you want to do is not having a successful cyber attack on your institution. That's the key element. How you do it? You do it starting from the business and from the top. We had, for example, several tabletop, including all the management, the board members, and probably I'm here just because of that, are aware of this situation. So we run cyber attack simulation at the board level, so that there is a deep awareness. From that, you understand what are the critical points that you have to protect in your institution, starting from the top and from the business. Then, of course, there is something that we call here cyber hygiene, that are basically the patching of the system. I don't know how technical you are, but if you have a system that can run a very old version of Windows, for example, a PC, that is, you can hack it very easily. So you have to have updated hardware, unfortunately, because it costs a lot. Update hardware, update software. You have to have two-factor authentication. If let's say, a person is phished and take his credential out, in any case, you are protected, and so forth. There are many things in that direction, as well as cultural awareness, both for the customer and for the employees. Both must be trained. So it's very true, and I think this was said by before by Nicola. It must be an holistic effort to control this. Then manage. Manage, what does it mean? Of course, manage a thief is relatively easy, means legal, means responsibility, and so on. But as I said, there is no a certain and clear legal framework to use as far as today. In case of a severe attack, manage means that you have to have the backup. If your system has been hacked through a ransom, you are blind for a certain period. So what you have to have a clean and secure backup and recover. The things that I'm asking is recover takes time. For now, for the most common type of ransomware that attacks a particular element of the system, we are able to recover in 4 hours, so it's no disruption. But imagine if we have to recover in 7 days. 7 days with no financial sector available in the country. That is a problem, and I think that the institution must intervene. And then recover. Recover means takes back the backup, understand what are the backup process that you have, and so forth. And again, this is a business exercise, because you have to go on priority. Recovering everything is very costly, so you have to understand what are your crown jewel and protect them more than anything else. The other important point that is a key vulnerability is the supplier security. The value chain also of a bank, not only of the industry, is very fragmented now in these days. And this is done because the industry is there, because there is technology, you cannot have everything inside and so on. So the other key element to protect is the suppliers. I will skip this because this has been said, that there is the major risk that we have at the end is, let's say, phishing. Phishing is the key entry point for this, and for this, let's say, the social culture is very important. As a conclusion, I would say that we must not expect that this will end, because it will continue. It will continue till when, this will be a steady state. But for now, I think, and for the future, we have to continue to run and pursue this protection for the years to come. And we have to evolve as businesses, but I think also the government, the cooperation, and the institution must do a lot still.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Very interesting. we'll now take a break. So we have a coffee break in the room there. If we could be back for 11 so we can start again promptly. Thank you. Ok, allora riniziamo. Iniziamo la seconda parte del nostro incontro, che sarà, sto parlando in italiano perché sarà un po' bilingue questa parte. Alcuni dei nostri interlocutori parleranno in inglese, alcuni in italiano. Spero che per nessuno creerà un problema. Se c'è qualcuno che ha un problema, si sieda davanti, accanto a me e faccio io la traduzione. Per questa seconda sessione della nostra conferenza stamattina passo il mando a Marco Capponi, che è un giornalista di Milano Finanza, che modererà la sessione degli interventi dei nostri amici che si sono messi d'accordo per intervenire stamattina. Massimo, ti passo la parola.
Buongiorno, grazie mille Steven, buongiorno a tutti. Arriviamo a questo evento, penso, in un momento caldissimo per il settore della cybersecurity. L'attualità va da sola, cammina giorno dopo giorno. Non sto qui chiaramente a ricordarla, anche se me ne sono occupato in questi giorni quotidianamente nei miei articoli. L'ultimo giusto nel settimanale dello scorso sabato, in cui sono andato a vedere un po' i titoli azionari per investire nella cybersecurity, visto che il mio giornale si occupa di finanza e effettivamente c'è tantissimo da raccontare. Elezioni americane, tema di giornata, quanto si è parlato di deepfake, quanto si è parlato di disinformazione creata con l'intelligenza artificiale e tutta una serie di cose, l'attualità, le notizie di ogni giorno in un certo qual modo, in un mondo digitale e connesso come è il nostro, fanno sempre riferimento alla protezione dei dati, della privacy, della propria sicurezza, che non è più solo l'integrità fisica, ma ormai lo sappiamo benissimo, è anche quella digitale. Quindi parleremo di questo, parleremo di come proteggersi dalle minacce, cosa mettere in pratica, anche semplici gesti nella vita di ogni giorno. Io chiamo qui a fianco a me Giampaolo Paravicini per iniziare. Giampaolo è Category Manager Digital and Managed Services di HP, io lo chiamo HP perché la chiamiamo tutti così, Italy, quindi la divisione italiana. E Giampaolo ha un'esperienza nel settore veramente molto vasta, magari ci racconterà anche lui, ha lavorato anche per quanto riguarda le intersezioni con l'intelligenza artificiale che ho solamente accennato poco fa. Quindi Giampaolo, io ti passo subito la palla e ti vorrei chiedere, un venditore di hardware, perché ci parla di cybersecurity? Nel senso, casistica classica, compro il computer, dico poi ci installo l'antivirus proprio. Invece, perché sei qui con noi oggi?
Grazie Marco e grazie innanzitutto a Steven e alla Camera di Commercio per ospitarmi oggi, un'opportunità molto importante per me. Io appunto mi occupo in HP di tutto quello che è la divisione software, perché HP fa anche software. E questa domanda in realtà me la fanno tutti, perché è un hardware vendor, si parla di cyber security, data protection, ed è qui secondo me che è un po' la chiave di lettura. Perché ho un paio di slide, ma davvero le userò come background. Questa è una slide, tra l'altro alcuni dati sono anche un po' vecchi, ma sono comunque sempre attuali, che sintetizza un po' tutto quello che abbiamo detto fino adesso e che continueremo a dire, sono sicuro, nei prossimi interventi. Sono curioso di ascoltarli tutti. Mettetevi nei panni, facciamo un gioco di ruolo, mettetevi nei panni effettivamente di un attaccante, un qualcuno che abbiamo visto grazie a quei numeri, no? 10 miliardi di dollari di fatturato, tutto esentasse perché è tutto in nero, no? Cioè il concetto grosso è anche quello, una quantità di soldi enorme, ok? Mettetevi nell'ottica di qualcuno che dice ok, come faccio a ottenere quel dato che tanto mi fa guadagnare con poco sforzo, anche perché adesso con l'intelligenza artificiale sono anche più facilitato. Un tempo il phishing, no? Ci arrivavano queste mail, bastava un attimo un'occhiata, c'erano errori di ortografia e tutto. Adesso con la generazione dei contenuti automaticamente fatta dai vari tool, io l'ho provata, io ho generato un contenuto finto phishing e poi l'ho ridato in pasto dicendo ok, mi dici se questo contenuto è un phishing? Mi ha detto di no. Quindi sono talmente bravi, no? Quindi questa parte qua. Quindi mettetevi in questa ottica qua. Come faccio io a portarvi via le informazioni sapendo che voi utilizzerete delle tecniche molto specifiche che ormai si conoscono? Io, e tu citavi prima che da un po' che lavoro in questo settore, io lavoro nel settore della cybersecurity da quando si chiamava sicurezza informatica, okay? Quindi quel tempo lì. E ai tempi bastava poco per proteggersi, un po' di... appunto l'antivirus l'hai citato tu e quant'altro. Adesso non è più così. E se noi continuiamo a fare le stesse cose che facevamo in passato, sempre meglio, perché probabilmente non siamo al livello che saranno poi loro, perché hanno molti più fondi di noi per fare il tutto. Tipicamente la sicurezza informatica, la cyber security ha 3 ambiti. L'abbiamo citati oggi nei vari interventi. La prevenzione, la protezione e la mitigazione. Tutti e 3 sono importanti. Se non li mettiamo in pratica tutti e 3, lasciamo, diciamo, scoperto al fianco e quindi oggi appunto sono qua cercando di darvi uno spunto. È vero, lavoro per HP, ma è uno spunto generale. Non focalizziamoci soltanto sul tentativo di riconoscere un attacco che sta arrivando nel minor tempo possibile, lo abbiamo saputo, no? E poi eventualmente mitigare questa cosa. Sono tutte e 2 le cose che dobbiamo fare assolutamente, ma ci manca un pezzo, che è la prevenzione. E la prevenzione lo si fa in tanti modi. Uno l'abbiamo sentito prima, è anche formare le nostre persone, no? Questo è cruciale. Però vi chiedo, come possiamo pretendere da un nostro collaboratore che magari ha una sua passione, il suo modo di lavorare, di diventare un esperto di sicurezza informatica per poter essere più bravo quasi di noi, no? È più bravo dei nostri software di analisi per bloccare per tempo e accorgersi. Quello lì è fondamentale che lo faccia, ma dobbiamo aiutarlo in qualche altro modo. E quindi HP sono ormai tanti anni che lavora a pensare a un qualcosa, e qui il concetto è: cosa ci fa HP nella cyber security? HP è entrata nella cyber security quando ha detto: aspetta, io voglio portare un qualcosa di diverso rispetto a tutti gli altri, perché, come abbiamo detto prima, dobbiamo lavorare insieme. Quando lavoriamo insieme, e c'è questa famosa metafora, diciamo, o paragone con le fette di groviera, non so se la conoscete. Voi prendete un panino, ok, e ne mettete una sola fetta di groviera. La maionese che sta sopra poi vi va verso il prosciutto che sta sotto. Okay? Per evitare questa cosa io devo iniziare ad aggiungere altre fette di groviera e vedrete che a un certo punto i buchi che ci sono di una fetta vengono compensati dal formaggio dell'altra fetta. Questo è il concetto che deve esserci nella cyber security, perché se è vero che non esiste la sicurezza al 100% e quindi le soluzioni, vi ricordo, prevenzione, protezione e mitigazione, hanno comunque delle falle che i nostri attaccanti cercheranno di sfruttare, quando le mettiamo insieme, quando collaborano tutte queste belle funzionalità, ecco che magicamente la sicurezza al 100% quasi arriva. Okay? Quindi l'obiettivo che si è posta HP è: ok, porto un qualcosa di nuovo. E che cosa ha portato di nuovo HP? Questa è una chiara visione di come noi vediamo il tutto. I numeri che abbiamo visto prima degli attacchi messi a segno, no? Questo concetto del social engineering, il ransomware, tutti attacchi che vanno a colpire l'utilizzatore, colui il quale ha in mano il dato, lo sta elaborando. Perché? Perché è più semplice, se io sono un attaccante, andare ad attaccare il punto debole. E un collaboratore spesso dice: il problema della cyber security sta tra la tastiera e la sedia. Okay? Quindi come faccio ad aiutare questi miei collaboratori a essere più efficaci nel identificare? Cambiando un po' l'approccio. Devo lavorare sicuramente multilivello. Nicola l'ha citato. You cited before the holistic approach, no? Il concetto dell'approccio olistico, questo è fondamentale, ma ogni volta che parlo con qualcuno l'effetto olistico lo pretende di fare a posteriori di una scelta. Questa scelta è lo strumento che io devo andare a tutelare. Se io tolgo dall'equazione lo strumento, mi sto perdendo una bella fetta di quello che il mio attaccante potrebbe sfruttare per entrare. Abbiamo parlato di patch, abbiamo parlato di tante cose, Non so se qualcuno si ricorda, a luglio di quest'anno una bella patch ha fatto una problematica abbastanza seria. L'1% dei computer Windows mondiali erano fermi in quel momento. Quindi vuol dire che non bisogna fare le patch? No, le patch sono importantissime, però lo si deve fare con la testa. Tipicamente un approccio, quando uno ha più tempo, è: io faccio le patch su un ristretto gruppo di persone rappresentative e poi, se quello lì va bene, lo distribuisco a tutti gli altri. Ma questo comporta che devo prendermi del tempo e quindi devo essere sicuro che in questo tempo io abbia una tutela aggiuntiva, una tutela alternativa. Bene, quello che noi stiamo facendo ormai da molto tempo è iniziare fin dall'origine, fin dal mezzo, quella che noi chiamiamo security by design. Uscito dalla fabbrica, un dispositivo deve avere una serie di funzionalità che già lo portano a avere un livello di sicurezza elevato. Poi ci devo aggiungere altre cose che mi permettono poi di monitorare, controllare e quant'altro. E quindi, non so se vi ricordate, qualche anno fa, un paio di anni fa, si ordinavano le automobili e da una parte non arrivavano, dall'altra parte, se ti arrivavano, non ti arrivavano più col touchscreen. Perché? Perché c'era una cosa chiamata la crisi dei chip. Qualcuno se la ricorda, no? Oddio, non si trovano più i computer e tutto. Anche HP è stata impattata a quel tempo. È stata impattata in alcuni casi anche più degli altri, e molti dei nostri clienti ci chiedevano: ma come mai il tuo competitor, che prende i chip dallo stesso punto dove li prendi tu, riesce a consegnarmi e tu no? A quel tempo HP ha fatto una scelta di campo. Noi, ormai sono tanti anni, che inseriamo nei nostri computer un chip specifico. Noi lo chiamiamo Endpoint Security Controller. Lasciate stare, è un pezzettino di silicio che noi dedichiamo solo e soltanto alla sicurezza. È una scelta che abbiamo fatto noi, lo hanno fatto anche altri. Però è il concetto che sta alla base, cioè è un qualcosa indipendente da tutto il resto del sistema, indipendente dal processore, dal sistema operativo, da tutta una serie di cose che andremo chiaramente a proteggere anche in altri modi, ma che ci permette di avere fin da subito, appena tu schiacci il bottone, addirittura anche se non schiacci il bottone, un esempio classico è: io devo proteggere i dati che sono all'interno di questo dispositivo, e se lo smarrisco me lo rubano? Devo prima recuperarlo prima di tutelarli, e invece no, grazie a un chip di questo tipo io a distanza schiaccio un bottone e quel sistema diventa inutilizzabile. Inutilizzabile neanche per me, se il mio IT manager non mi dà il codice per sbloccarlo. Quello diventa un soprammobile. Okay? Quindi il concetto che voglio farvi passare oggi è: visto che la scelta di un dispositivo tipicamente è una scelta a lungo periodo, per quello mettiamo in sicurezza il futuro, perché io lo scelgo oggi e poi lo temo magari per 4, 5, chi 7. Ho clienti che per 10 anni hanno lo stesso dispositivo, probabilmente perché effettivamente è molto, molto solido, però capite che è una scelta che faccio ad oggi, io non so in questi 10 anni cosa succederà, quindi è importante che quando faccio quella scelta sia a un livello, quella tecnologia a un livello tale da rendermi abbastanza sicuro che per tutto quel periodo sia tutelato almeno fin dalle basi. Un esempio, e con questo chiudo: questo chip, per esempio, ad oggi è già certificato contro una cosa che si chiama, c'è un nome strano, Post-Quantum Cryptography. Uno dice: cos'è? Inizieranno fra qualche tempo ad esserci dei computer cosiddetti quantistici, si parla di fantascienza ma fino a un certo punto, perché stanno arrivando, che saranno in grado di togliere tutte le password, la crittografia in un secondo. Ok, capite che come faccio a proteggere il mio dato con la crittografia se questo con un secondo riesce a toglierla? Bene, bisogna avere anche quella lungimiranza di mettere un qualcosa capace invece di tutelare queste tipologie di attacchi. Quindi chiudo ringraziandovi davvero per il tempo e lasciandovi il messaggio: ragionate, indipendentemente che sia HP o no, se è HP per me è sicuramente meglio, però ragionate anche non soltanto su delle fette di groviera che aggiungete al panino, ma anche che il panino in sé sia sicuro per definizione. Grazie davvero tanto per il tempo.
Grazie mille per l'intervento, Giampaolo. Io ora invito sul palco con me Alessandro Caleffi e Andrea Saviane, rispettivamente direttore Information and Communication Technology di SEA Aeroporti Milano, quindi di fatto il padrone di casa che ci ospita da tutti qui oggi, e il Country Manager Italia di Trainline. Parliamo di trasporti, ma non solo. Abbiamo visto nel corso degli ultimi anni che un settore per cui la cybersecurity è cruciale è quello dei trasporti, quindi Calef, io partirei subito parlando di come la sicurezza, quali sono i rischi che ci sono qui all'aeroporto di Linate che ci ospita e quali strategie vengono messe appunto in atto per mitigarli.
Beh, prima di tutto benvenuti a casa nostra, è un piacere essere qui con voi oggi. Allora sì, volevo provare a raccontarvi un po' il nostro punto di vista di SEA su questo tema di cybersecurity, rischi e strategie che abbiamo cercato di adottare, ovviamente per, come diceva il collega, mitigare dei rischi. Allora parto con qualche dato giusto per darci un po' di contesto. Dati di ACN, dell'Agenzia Italiana per la Cybersecurity, che sono dati a settembre di quest'anno, ci fanno vedere che anno su anno, quindi su settembre, insomma, tutti gli eventi malevoli di varia natura e genere sono in aumento, insomma, progressivo e significativo. E abbiamo identificato tre tipologie, ACN ha identificato tre tipologie fondamentalmente di attacchi tipici: DDoS, l'information disclosure e phishing, di cui prima si parlava. Top affected sector, quindi i settori più impattati secondo ACN sono la pubblica amministrazione, le telecomunicazioni e i trasporti, come dire, il podio delle vittime, dove fondamentalmente gli aeroporti vengono inclusi in questo cluster sui trasporti. Ovviamente siamo un settore un po' speciale, diciamo, sui trasporti, anche perché è un'azienda critica e c'erano tutta una serie di considerazioni aggiuntive. Questo che effetto ha avuto all'interno della nostra organizzazione? Adesso questo non vuole essere sicuramente esaustivo, è giusto una suggestione. Abbiamo da gennaio di quest'anno a settembre analizzato più o meno 7 miliardi di log che escono dai nostri sistemi, e diciamo nel mese di settembre, per esempio, perché i dati il 53 e il 7 sono dati relativi al mese di settembre, abbiamo avuto 53 eventi di sicurezza, 7 che hanno necessitato di particolare attenzione. Fortunatamente poi nessuno è diventato un vero e proprio incidente. Questo perché? Perché abbiamo fondamentalmente lavorato prima e stiamo continuando a farlo, dopo vi spiego anche più o meno come. Il nostro contesto è un po' particolare perché, essendo un'azienda, diciamo un settore strategico, un settore critico per l'azienda Italia in qualche modo, abbiamo tutta una serie, un contesto regolatorio molto complesso che ci aiuta ovviamente a tenere anche la barra dritta su quelle che sono fondamentalmente le cose da fare. Ovviamente non c'è solamente la parte regolatoria, c'è anche la tecnologia e il buonsenso che aiutano tipicamente, però NIS2 e GDPR, a cui tutti fondamentalmente oggi devono insomma, perseguire questi obiettivi. Abbiamo degli standard tecnici, ma poi la nostra azienda in alcune aree della nostra architettura, della nostra infrastruttura, siamo anche soggetti a piano nazionale di sicurezza e resilienza, e ci sono tutta una serie di regolamentazioni che diciamo vanno a normare tutto quello che è l'ambito cyber, sia a livello europeo come Civil Aviation o i regolamenti ENAC per l'Italia, che vanno a normare ancora sulla cyber security. Quindi diciamo il complesso normativo è abbastanza imponente sull'ambito aeroportuale. E poi abbiamo identificato, il nostro contesto è composto da una serie di main vulnerabilities, fondamentalmente sono state identificate in questo caso da ICAO, l'associazione diciamo, europea dell'aviazione civile, che ci sta dicendo che fondamentalmente noi siamo un settore un po' ostico da questo punto di vista, perché abbiamo molti sistemi molto interconnessi, abbiamo tanto legacy, perché ovviamente come dire, abbiamo sistemi moderni, ma abbiamo anche sistemi insomma, che permeano molto nella fisicità di questi luoghi, e quindi come dire, andare a cambiare la curva non è proprio a volte velocissima da fare, tanto T. E poi c'è il tema della supply chain, perché ovviamente essendo interconnessi a monte e a valle, la sicurezza dobbiamo gestirla anche da questo punto di vista. Fortunatamente la buona notizia è che il maggior numero di attacchi, che diciamo questa la fonte è il Eurocontrol, un dato sempre a settembre 24, ci dice che l'attacco più frequente sono attacchi di DOS, sono cose che non hanno particolari impatti, fortunatamente hanno più delle motivazioni legate a scopi diciamo più politici e più che altro per far vedere che certe organizzazioni sono in grado di andare a toccare un ente pubblico, un servizio essenziale, che poi questo crea un problema. No? Questo è, diciamo, è il contesto macro, dopodiché ci sono ovviamente rischi un po' più specifici che ci possono, possono rilevarsi. Main risk noi li vediamo sia nel mondo quindi OT, sia nel mondo IT, sia nel mondo OT, e ci sono alcuni rischi che sono scerati, diciamo, da questi ambiti. L'information technology, la nostra, è molto simile a quella di tutte le altre aziende, non abbiamo particolari differenze. Sull'OT, secondo me, abbiamo qualche cosa in più, forse rispetto a tante altre organizzazioni, appunto per i sistemi legacy, ma anche per la estrema verticalità dei nostri sistemi, perché tutti i sistemi aeroportuali di gestione del traffico, tutto ciò che è il mondo aviation, fortunatamente o sfortunatamente, essendo molto verticale, ha anche delle catene di fornitura che sono molto, molto, diciamo, piccole, quindi dipendi molto dai fornitori, dal loro livello di strutturazione, che anche qui la buona notizia, sono tutte aziende con le spalle abbastanza larghe, però ci sono alcune nicchie invece a cui ti devi, per i processi un po' particolari interni, magari affidare anche a delle società, per cui insomma devi essere molto attento alla sicurezza anche delle terze parti. E poi abbiamo un grandissimo ricorso a sistemi SCADA, che anche quelli, insomma, per noi sono fondamentali. Una cosa importante, secondo me, l'ho messo nella parte information technology, sono le emerging technologies. Prima qualcuno faceva menzione al tema dell'intelligenza artificiale, che ovviamente la possiamo vedere come un rischio, cioè come un beneficio ma anche un rischio, perché lo possiamo vedere ovviamente come qualcosa da importare in qualche modo dalle nostre aziende per efficientare alcuni processi. Anche lì si potrebbe discutere per un po', ma l'intelligenza artificiale può essere anche un'opportunità e un rischio anche in ambito cyber, nella misura in cui, l'hanno detto prima anche i colleghi, l'utilizzo di soprattutto intelligenza artificiale generativa ci dà all'attaccante ovviamente la possibilità di, come dire, fare azioni più targetizzate, più automatizzate, quindi più veloci, più efficaci, e usare più canali di, come dire, comunicazione e di ingaggio delle vittime, ovviamente con tutta una serie di tecniche che adesso non stiamo lì a entrare. Dall'altra parte invece può essere utilizzata anche come un mitigante, quindi un aiuto, no? Per chi difende, quindi fondamentalmente per fare code review, per essere sicuri che il codice sia molto meglio, come dire, scritto, congegnato anche in termini di security by design, aumentare la capacità degli analisti dei nostri SOC, quindi nell'efficacia, nell'andare a identificare quelle che sono le minacce, e poi anche per identificare le minacce stesse all'interno dei sistemi SIEM. Quindi oneri e onori viene utilizzato in due lati, e probabilmente, dato che come dicevano prima gli attaccanti è un bel business, si impegneranno molto a utilizzare questa cosa, quindi dall'altra parte anche noi probabilmente dovremmo fare lo stesso. Ma questo nuovo modo, appunto, non così probabilmente ancora certo, no? dell'orizzonte che abbiamo davanti, di quelle che sono le minacce che potrebbero arrivare, ci porta a pensare che fondamentalmente l'approccio alla cybersecurity deve essere sempre più cross-functional in qualche modo. Anche noi internamente stiamo cercando di dire, bene, se fino a ieri era un po' appannaggio delle nostre funzioni, quindi IT, compliance e quant'altro, adesso è magari un po' più a silos, forse per storie, per cultura anche delle persone. Adesso lo sforzo è quello di iniziare a lavorare magari con un po' più di comitati interni, per andare a mettere assieme in logica sia strutturata, ma anche un po' a far entrare nel day by day delle scelte, delle decisioni, questo tipo di discorso, ovviamente ai vari livelli, però ovviamente ognuno ha un ruolo, e soprattutto anche nelle decisioni che prende rispetto a sistemi, rispetto a processi. Questo è qualcosa che deve proprio entrare nel mindset, un po' nel DNA di tutte le funzioni. E come SEA, qui mi avvicino a chiudere, abbiamo pensato in questo momento storico dove abbiamo un momento disruptive nella storia dell'IT, perché abbiamo fatto un grosso outsourcing da poco, in più la NIS 2, queste emerging technologies ci hanno fatto pensare che forse era meglio che ci fermavamo un attimo, facevamo un bel respiro e rivedevamo un pochino la cyber security strategy a 3 anni. Quindi tra l'altro la emetteremo fra un mese, un piccolo spoiler, però come dire, lavorerà su quei pilastri che vediamo, IT, OT, la compliance, ovviamente abbiamo visto che ne abbiamo da vendere, le persone, tantissimo a tutti i livelli, le terze parti e ovviamente la resilienza, perché questo è un ambiente dove la resilienza è come dire, il mantra in assoluto. La logica di questa cybersecurity strategy, l'ho messo in rosso, pivot and shift, nella misura in cui ci siamo dati un orizzonte a 3 anni, abbiamo detto queste sono le cose che ragionevolmente le norme, il buonsenso e le best practice ci dicono che dobbiamo fare. A parte le norme che non le possiamo cambiare, tutto il resto probabilmente cercheremo ci siamo dati un orizzonte, un percorso, però ci siamo dati anche la libertà di dire se scopriamo che una cosa possiamo farla prima, farla dopo, ci daremo, come dire, la licenza politica di poterlo fare in qualche modo. E niente, messaggi finali quasi scontati, direi, però che la cybersecurity deve essere responsabilità di tutti, ormai lo sappiamo, che deve essere un approccio cross-field, cross-funzione, che la collaborazione on top a tutto. E l'ultima frase che ho messo, che è una cosa cui penso spesso, perché credo che sia una cosa molto vera, che io credo che la cybersecurity deve diventare uno strumento anche di social responsibility delle aziende, nella misura in cui tutti noi abbiamo a casa figli, mogli, parenti, nella vita aziendale ci sono dei rischi, ma ci abbiamo anche a casa, quindi le aziende secondo me devono avere anche un ruolo nel creare questa cultura che porta un beneficio all'azienda, ma ognuno queste competenze se le porta a casa anche per, come dire, aiutare anche figli o persone un po' meno avvezze alla tecnologia ma costrette a usarle, che in qualche modo possono beneficiare anche, insomma, di questa azione sociale che fanno le aziende.
Grazie mille. Io passerei ad Andrea Sagane.
Buongiorno.
Chi viaggia in Europa conosce Trainline, però facciamo un attimo un identikit. Che cos'è Trainline e perché, ovviamente ci ricolleghiamo subito al tema di questa conferenza, perché i dati sono importanti, direi cruciali per la vostra società.
Sì, grazie mille. Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno, non ho slide e un'altra doverosa premessa è che nei gruppi identificati dal presidente Sprague io siedo abbondantemente nella platea degli ignorants e non degli experts, ma sono molto felice di essere qui a presentare l'esperienza di Trainline, che è una società che è un business abbastanza consolidato in UK e si è affacciato ai mercati dell'Unione Europea da qualche anno. Stiamo lanciando il nostro servizio ormai da qualche anno appunto al di fuori dello UK. E cosa fa Trainline? Molto semplicemente si può utilizzare Trainline come azienda o come cliente finale per prenotare biglietti di treno e autobus. Il dato è fondamentale perché per una società come la nostra il mondo dei trasporti, che oltre a essere quello più tra quelli più a rischio è anche uno di quelli più intensi dal punto di vista della presenza di dati, e il nostro lavoro è proprio quello di mettere assieme tutti i dati che arrivano da tutti gli operatori, utilizzare i dati dei clienti e quindi processare una mole molto importante di dati. Noi processiamo più di 6 terabyte di dati al giorno e abbiamo sulle piattaforme italiane più di 15 milioni di visite al mese, quindi un afflusso di dati davvero molto importante che ci pone chiaramente nella condizione di dover decidere proattivamente di avere uno standard molto elevato di tutela del dato del cliente e in generale di tutela dei dati che processiamo.
Allora, abbiamo quindi detto, Andrea, che è proprio la vostra materia prima il dato, e quindi mi potrei rispondere alla successiva domanda: perché la protezione dei dati personali è un argomento fondamentale per le aziende oggi?
Sì, allora è fondamentale perché noi ci poniamo nella prospettiva di essere una società tech che arriva dall'estero, arriva in Italia, quindi intanto arriva con quella sensazione un po' di scetticismo di tutto il mondo tech e digital, soprattutto per un cliente che non è dentro questi temi. Ci si chiede fino a che punto una persona dovrebbe poi dare la fiducia a un'azienda per acquistare un prodotto e dare i propri dati. Ed è proprio il tema della fiducia quello fondamentale. Ne abbiamo sentito parlare diverse volte stamattina. Occorre instaurare una relazione di fiducia con il nostro potenziale cliente, e questo si può fare solo mantenendo standard molto molto elevati, comunicandolo, rassicurando il cliente, e in questo modo noi crediamo che appunto il mondo vada nella direzione di dividersi tra chi attua scelte professionali di poter mettere in prima linea la protezione del dato al centro della propria offerta, da chi invece non lo fa. E in un mondo in cui le aspettative continuano a crescere è fondamentale porre portare al centro della strategia aziendale una strategia di tutela del dato.
Fiducia, mi sembra la parola, stiamo andando un po' per parole chiave e siamo passati insomma dal dato alla fiducia. Come può un focus sulla privacy, quindi un focus sulla privacy, aiutare a costruire la fiducia degli utenti?
Sì, è proprio questo, cioè noi crediamo che mettendo sul piatto fin da subito la trasparenza, la correttezza, i principi a cui ci ispiriamo come parte dell'offerta che facciamo ai nostri clienti, sia il modo per rassicurare un cliente potenzialmente scettico a entrare in una relazione. E lo facciamo non solo appunto comunicando i nostri standard di protezione del dato, ma anche facendolo capire all'interno dell'azienda. Quindi tutti in azienda sono consapevoli di cosa è la protezione del dato e cosa fa Trainline, quindi anche questo rende l'azienda, diciamo, pronta ad affrontare il tema a tutti i livelli, non solo appunto nel mondo degli esperti, ma anche al di fuori, ecco.
Dovendo dare un consiglio alle aziende dal tuo punto di vista, quindi quali passi possono fare le aziende per migliorare le loro pratiche di privacy e quindi ridurre tutti i rischi che hai appena detto correlati proprio alla protezione del dato degli utenti, del dato personale?
Sì, beh, sicuramente abbiamo sentito esperti che ci hanno raccontato tecniche in modo molto più preciso di quanto so fare io. Porto un paio di esperienze. Allora, noi sicuramente abbiamo adottato un principio di minimizzazione dei dati che raccogliamo, quindi raccogliere meno dati possibili già semplifica la gestione del dato, che è una complessità di per sé, e poi minimizza anche i rischi di che questo dato poi non venga conservato in modo corretto, quindi ridurre i dati che si raccolgono e secondariamente un po' quello che citavo, nel senso di creare una cultura aziendale in cui il dato è ovunque, comunque è comunque nel DNA dell'azienda di avere la sensibilità della tutela del dato. Abbiamo iniziato a fare sessioni di training su tutti i dipendenti, anche coloro che sembrano potenzialmente al di fuori del mondo della tutela del dato e della sicurezza del dato, proprio per creare questo tipo di sensibilità. E da quando l'abbiamo fatto abbiamo visto che in alcuni casi persone che si trovano magari in una circostanza dubbia hanno alzato la mano e hanno detto ok, forse c'è qualcosa da sistemare. Probabilmente no, però comunque c'è questo livello di sensibilità che esce dall'ambito tecnico e va un po' oltre. E collegandomi a questo, abbiamo sentito parlare prima di security by design. Nel nostro caso è assolutamente così, fin dalle prime fasi di progettazione, di inizio del progetto, di creazione, di ideazione di un progetto, essere lì presenti con una sensibilità sulla tutela del dato diventa assolutamente fondamentale.
Un'ultima domanda, visto che spesso anche noi come giornalisti scriviamo di alcune aziende tecnologiche, soprattutto anche molto grandi, che sono un po' allergiche alla privacy. Secondo te, io penso da quello che ci hai detto finora che la risposta ce l'hai più o meno data, la privacy è un ostacolo o è un'opportunità?
Domanda che sarebbe difficile rispondere diversamente, ma è chiaramente un'opportunità, cioè bisogna stare attenti a non minimizzare il rischio, però è un po' il concetto che esprimevo prima. È evidente che le aspettative si stanno alzando e che il dato diventa sempre più importante nelle scelte d'acquisto e la sicurezza del dato soprattutto. Quindi il mondo un po' si andrà a distinguere chi lo fa in modo professionale da chi invece non lo fa, e quindi fare una scelta di campo fin da subito di essere dal lato di chi si approccia a questo tema in modo professionale è un'opportunità per distinguersi da chi non lo fa, e quindi il mercato premierà chi lo saprà fare meglio.
Grazie mille entrambi. Direi che abbiamo visto sia nel settore dei trasporti sia nel settore proprio della tecnologia del dato come si previene il rischio, cosa si può fare per migliorare la privacy e far sì che siamo tutti in un ambiente più sicuro. Ora con i successivi, quindi grazie, vi ringrazio ancora per Alessandro Caleffi e Andrea Saviane. Invito sul palco i prossimi ospiti, entrambi da Deloitte, rispettivamente Deloitte e Deloitte Legal, Andrea Nanni e Pietro Boccaccini. Andrea Nanni, Manager Cyber Strategy and Transformation di Deloitte, Pietro Boccaccini, Director di Deloitte Legal. Allora, casistica, incidente di sicurezza informatica, può succedere, l'abbiamo visto, è proprio il topic della giornata di oggi. Io quello che vi chiedo è quale approccio può essere in generale raccomandato anche da un punto di vista normativo per gestire in maniera efficace un incidente di sicurezza informatica e in uno scenario in cui mi sembra ormai evidente, è proprio la premessa di tutto, le minacce cyber evolvono sia come numerosità sia proprio come tipologia, sono sempre più minacciose.
Buongiorno a tutti, innanzitutto grazie per la domanda, grazie alla British Chamber per il graditissimo invito su questo tema di grandissima attualità e di grande interesse. Noi vorremmo parlare appunto di approccio, perché parlare di normative o di minacce sarebbe troppo lungo. Di minacce si è parlato, rappresentanti di aziende importantissime ci hanno portato testimonianze di quanto siano in evoluzione queste minacce, quanto siano diverse, quanto possano essere disruptive per il business. Per quanto riguarda il framework normativo, solo un cenno al fatto che ci troviamo davanti a una moltiplicazione delle regole da questo punto di vista, perché abbiamo le regole sulla protezione dei dati personali, abbiamo le norme di recente introduzione legate al mondo proprio cyber, il mondo NIS2, il perimetro di sicurezza, abbiamo delle normative più di settore per il mondo FSI, quindi la normativa DORA. Ci sono a livello nazionale, sono state introdotte delle normative legate ai reati informatici per aumentare le pene da questo punto di vista. In Italia abbiamo tutto un framework anche legato alla 231, quindi alla prevenzione di questo tipo di fattispecie, quindi è un framework sicuramente molto eterogeneo. L'approccio però da questo punto di vista deve essere globale, perché il dato è fluido, le minacce non hanno una localizzazione geografica, quindi bisogna provare ad astrarsi un attimo da questo contesto e provare a vedere un po' quale può essere un fil rouge tra queste regole, la cui ratio è, come dire, estremamente lodevole. Per quanto riguarda i dati personali stiamo parlando di diritti fondamentali della persona, ma stiamo parlando anche di un asset che le aziende vogliono non solo proteggere ma anche valorizzare, estrarre valore dai dati. Quindi la protezione, la sicurezza è uno degli step per raggiungere questo discorso della monetizzazione del dato. A proposito di valore dei dati, un cenno al fatto che questi incidenti hanno un costo elevatissimo per le aziende, cioè rimanere paralizzati per giorni, mesi a livello di attività di business, come purtroppo capita con determinati attacchi, in particolare quelli ransomware, dove proprio la tecnica sta nel paralizzare l'organizzazione. Beh, qua abbiamo dei dati, la fonte IBM, il costo medio di un incidente è 5 milioni, medio. Abbiamo casi anche di un costo anche più elevato. Il tempo medio della durata di un incidente è 258 giorni. Quindi è un aspetto che a livello anche di business e di come poi di danno reputazionale può essere veramente incalcolabile per un'azienda, una gestione inaccurata. Quindi con un approccio che è misto, perché io sono un avvocato specializzato in legal tech, in protezione dei dati, il mio collega di Deloitte invece ha un background più tecnico. Noi lo vediamo come un insieme di competenze. Ci hanno raccontato anche quanto sia importante in azienda avere al tavolo rispetto alla gestione di queste tematiche il legale, l'audit, la privacy, l'IT, il board, perché poi, visti gli impatti di questo tipo di incidenti, è importante che sia molto sensibile rispetto a queste tematiche anche il vertice aziendale. Quindi anche noi vorremmo parlare di alcuni possibili approcci, portandovi anche un po', ci alterniamo per rendere appunto l'idea anche di quanto siano trasversali queste tematiche e di quanto anche l'approccio quindi debba essere da questo punto di vista integrato.
Sì, io tornando proprio un secondo sulla slide precedente, ci tenevo a far passare un messaggio, no? Come giustamente ha detto Pietro, il costo medio di un incidente cyber, questi sono dati che ovviamente fanno riferimento a incidenti, attacchi di tipo accesso non autorizzato, data breach, quindi diciamo un costo medio molto alto, una durata media molto alta che diciamo quando ho visto questi valori ho stentato a crederci anche io, no? Questi 260 giorni per gestire un incidente fanno riferimento più o meno sempre in media ovviamente a circa 200 giorni per rilevare che c'è stato un incidente e 60 per rispondere, contenere quell'incidente. E quindi vedremo dopo come è importante soprattutto anche la fase di detection, no? Di un incidente. Ci tenevo a tornare un secondo su questa slide semplicemente per sottolineare la stima fatta mettendo a confronto incidenti con una durata media superiore ai 200 giorni con incidenti con una durata media inferiore ai 200 giorni. Quest'ultimo caso è stato analizzato, è stato diciamo valutato una riduzione dei costi medi del 25%. Questo cosa ci dovrebbe far capire o comunque ci dovrebbe far su quale ci dovrebbe far riflettere è che più io riesco ad avere un approccio integrato, efficace, efficiente e tempestivo nell'incidente, più riesco a ridurre l'impatto, quindi a ridurre i costi derivanti da un incidente. Ed è questo appunto sul quale, diciamo, il punto sul quale ci volevamo focalizzare oggi con voi per mostrare un approccio integrato che sostanzialmente, come vedete nella parte sinistra, si basa su 4 fasi. In realtà la preparation, l'approccio che si fonda su best practice internazionali come quelle NIST, l'861 tanto per citarla, che poi ovviamente ha delle cross reference con uno dei framework più importanti a livello nazionale, comunitario, il NIST CSF. E dicevo, questa suddivisione tra preparation e poi detection, respond e recovery, in realtà preparation è stato detto più volte oggi, no? Sarebbe prevention, protect, quindi in realtà è un qualcosa che viene prima dell'incidente, ma è qualcosa che è fondamentale perché sì, è stato detto anche che l'incidente prima o poi avverrà, però ovviamente mi devo preparare per fare in modo che, come l'esempio con la fetta di groviera, no? Magari c'è un buchino, però è piccolo, ne arrivano 100, vedevamo prima i dati, no? 7 miliardi di eventi triggerati dalle soluzioni SIEM. Con diciamo una prevenzione poi diciamo quelli ovviamente tendono a diminuire e vedremo poi risultano anche diciamo una numerosità più gestibile di eventi. Quindi tornando alla fase di preparation, il modello, l'approccio prevede il mapping con le 3 function principali del NIST CSF, che sono la prima ovviamente quello di governo, quindi definire policy, procedure, ma anche ruoli, responsabilità. In alcuni casi ruoli e responsabilità sono direttamente dettati anche dalla normativa, basti pensare al DPO piuttosto che al CISO o a altre normative, vedi il PSNC come referente tecnico, l'incaricato. La cosa fondamentale è definire e chiarire quali sono i ruoli e responsabilità, cioè chi è responsabile di garantire determinati presidi di sicurezza all'interno dell'organizzazione e soprattutto rispondere alla domanda chi deve fare cosa nel momento in cui avvenga un incidente. Altro aspetto fondamentale da sottolineare in questa parte è l'approccio risk-based. L'approccio risk-based è un qualcosa che sta prendendo diciamo, piede soprattutto negli ultimi anni, molto pubblicizzato, sponsorizzato anche dalla normativa, no? Si basti pensare diciamo, a come ad esempio anche la privacy, no? Era trattata prima dell'entrata in vigore del GDPR. C'era il famoso codice privacy che ti diceva devi fare A, B, C e D, quindi devi avere la gestione delle utenze nominali. Ora non sto qua, diciamo, a dilungarmi, no, su tutte le misure di sicurezza che venivano elencate. Il GDPR cambia completamente paradigma, stesso discorso con le altre normative, quindi in questo caso è richiesto alle organizzazioni di identificare, di capire qual è il rischio intrinseco dei loro dati, quindi dai trattati, dei sistemi, degli asset sui quali sono trattati quei dati, dei servizi che erogano, no? E questo approccio risk-based quindi chiede una presa di coscienza da parte delle organizzazioni, che poi ovviamente una volta identificato il rischio dovranno definire quali sono quelle misure di sicurezza adeguate al rischio intrinseco identificato. Ultimo punto è la gestione delle terze parti. L'abbiamo detto anche prima, le organizzazioni non sono diciamo, un corpo a sé stante, no? Interagiscono con altri attori a monte e a valle, e ovviamente le terze parti, la supply chain in particolar modo, ma anche i partner, devono essere monitorati e gestiti dalle organizzazioni in modo da rilevare ed essere anche qui consci dei rischi che mettermi in relazione, no? Collaborare o comunque interagire con un ente esterno, i rischi che comporta sulla mia organizzazione, quindi con chi mi sto imparentando, per usare sempre il termine di partner, no? E ovviamente...
Se posso, Andrea, scusami se mi inserisco, qua c'è un aspetto anche legale molto interessante, che è quello della contrattualistica, no? Con i fornitori. Quindi diciamo in alcuni casi si rende obbligatorio fare dei nuovi ragionamenti, e penso soprattutto alla NIS 2 dove c'è proprio un focus su questo aspetto della supply chain, quindi bisogna ragionare su una serie di clausole da andare a inserire nei contratti con i fornitori per essere certi e ricevere la garanzia che i prodotti o servizi forniti hanno dei requisiti di sicurezza di un certo tipo, ma poi tutta una serie di ulteriori aspetti che vanno coperti, l'audit, gli aspetti assicurativi, manleve, quindi bisogna ragionare un attimo su questi aspetti, sapendo anche che poi per tutti i regimi collegati alla liability a livello europeo ci sono regole diverse. Quindi per i gruppi multinazionali probabilmente c'è da fare anche un ragionamento basato sulle differenti giurisdizioni, quindi dove c'è una pletora magari appunto di fornitori, dove si può standardizzare da un certo punto di vista l'aspetto anche contrattuale, al contempo ricordandoci che ad esempio sugli aspetti legati alla responsabilità civile ci possono essere sicuramente delle differenze di cui tener conto.
Ovviamente questa parte di preparation consta anche di aspetti come miglioramenti continui, lo vedevamo prima, no? Anche nella strategia di cybersecurity, no? L'improvement, cioè il capire cosa sto facendo, sta andando bene, sta andando male, quindi la misurazione della SIS e quindi la valutazione e il prendere anche azioni correttive o diciamo di pivoting, no? Ma soprattutto, anche questo citato molte volte durante gli interventi precedenti, la gestione del fattore umano, la formazione che deve sempre con focus, no, sulla gestione degli incidenti, ovviamente in ottica di prevenzione e preparazione, deve coinvolgere tutta la popolazione aziendale, ovviamente richiedendo anche magari dei focus specifici su particolari ruoli o responsabilità, quindi immagino il top management, ma anche a livello di funzioni, no? Vedevamo prima l'attenzione degli attaccanti su ruoli particolari all'interno dell'organizzazione, vedi funzioni di finance o procurement, no? Quindi anche là mirare tramite programmi di training e awareness a quali sono i tuoi dipendenti, le tue persone magari più, diciamo, appetibili per un attaccante e impartire delle pillole, insomma, no? Direttamente a loro per prevenire quei determinati attacchi. Dicevo però ovviamente non solo formazione intesa come training e awareness, ma anche esercitazioni, simulazioni, test in ambito di incident. Ovviamente, lo diceva prima Nicola, avere un piano è importante, ma nel momento in cui poi accade, no, quello che tutti stiamo cercando di prevenire in questa fase, le persone che lo devono attuare sono veramente pronte per attuarlo? Lo puoi fare solamente, te ne puoi accorgere o quando accade e lo vedi, o quantomeno provi a testare, a cercare di metterli nella situazione più vicina a quella reale, a quella in cui si troverebbero quando quell'incidente accadrà, no? E su questo ovviamente poi le simulazioni sono le più disparate. Ci sono appunto simulazioni su attacchi, direttamente sulle attività di recovery, no? Quindi come posso andare a ritirare su il mio sistema una volta che è giù, e quindi di stare effettivamente l'efficacia e l'efficienza anche delle misure, non solamente delle persone, ma effettivamente anche quello che io magari ho pianificato a livello di design dei miei sistemi effettivamente poi sia così come l'ho disegnato, no? Che effettivamente il restore e il recover di quel sistema riesca a rispettare sia requisiti normativi ma anche requisiti di business che mi sono dato. Vado veloce. La parte di Protect ovviamente è quello che ci siamo detti prima, quindi andare a definire un subset di misure di sicurezza adeguate al livello di rischio intrinseco che ho definito, quindi ovviamente questo permetterà alle organizzazioni anche di canalizzare in maniera un pochino più efficace i propri sforzi, no? Quindi concentrarmi su quelle su quei sistemi e dati che ritengo più rischiosi.
Non so se collegare, se c'è qualcuno in videoconferenza, invito a togliere l'audio, per favore, grazie, è venuto l'audio qui.
Dicevo prima, la parte di preparation, quindi come prevenire un incidente, ovviamente non rientra nel life cycle vero e proprio di un incidente, non è qualcosa che c'è a monte, che serve appunto per cercare di diminuire il più possibile o la probabilità di accadimento o l'impatto degli incidenti, ma quando avvengono inizia poi ovviamente il processo vero e proprio, no, di gestione, inizia con il rilevamento, quindi la detection. In questo caso abbiamo visto all'inizio il threat landscape ovviamente è in continua evoluzione, aumentano sia i tentativi di attacco sia il success rate dei tentativi di attacco sia il livello di sofisticazione degli attacchi. Per far fronte quindi a questo aumento sia nella magnitudo degli eventi che nella sofisticazione, quello che diciamo di prima acchitto qualcuno direbbe ok, mi doto di un CM super tecnologico, no? Quindi un sistema in grado di rilevare il più in fretta possibile e il più accuratamente possibile un evento di sicurezza e quindi un potenziale incidente. Questo ovviamente sì, è un qualcosa che funziona, è un qualcosa che ovviamente va accompagnato con un aumento delle log sources, quindi le fonti che alimentano questo SIEM, no? Quindi gli asset, le soluzioni di sicurezza perimetrale che poi vanno a far confluire proprie informazioni all'interno di questo sistema, in modo da avere sempre più dati da analizzare e rilevare sempre più in maniera rapida gli eventi. Questo porta però un contro, una sfida, che in parte è stata accennata prima, cioè la mole di alert che vengono triggerati poi, no? Una volta che io amplio le mie capacità di detection. E per far fronte a questo sarà ed è importante dotarsi di processi e di strumenti di classificazione, analisi e valutazione degli incidenti in grado di potersi districare tra quella mole enorme di alert e di informazioni. In questo ovviamente viene anche in soccorso sia best practice ma anche la normativa, si basti pensare al PSNC o alla NIS2, che l'obiettivo è quello di dare, no, delle tassonomie per la classificazione e la valutazione degli incidenti, in modo anche di avere una transcodifica e un linguaggio comune tra attori e in ottica di quella collaborazione e comunicazione che dicevamo prima. E l'obiettivo ovviamente è quello di poi capire cosa è successo il prima possibile e indirizzare una risposta il più in fretta possibile.
Poi c'è la fase di risposta, quindi di gestione e di anche comunicazione. Qui è stato ricordato più volte nella mattinata quanto questo aspetto, al di là degli adempimenti legali connessi alle notifiche alle autorità, però c'è una parte, diciamo, di coinvolgimento di alcune persone chiave all'interno dell'organizzazione per essere estremamente tempestivi nella comprensione dell'incidente, nella sua gestione, verso il top management e organi di controllo che all'interno dell'organizzazione possono e devono essere coinvolti, l'ODV 231, il collegio sindacale, il DPO, per citarne alcuni, l'attivazione delle procedure. Quindi se la società si è dotata di procedure in una fase, diciamo, di preparazione per la gestione di data breach o altri incidenti di sicurezza, è bene cominciare a utilizzarle. Spesso nella confusione che segue gli incidenti questo aspetto viene tralasciato. Può essere necessario coinvolgere anche delle professionalità che sono esterne alla società. Possono essere necessari degli approfondimenti specifici legati anche ad aspetti penalistici, se c'è da fare una denuncia querela alle autorità competenti, se è necessario fare delle analisi forensi per andare a individuare la root cause. Quindi anche questo, forse non tutte le aziende sono pronte ad avere anche, diciamo, la reperibilità di consulenti che possono essere necessari in situazioni di questo tipo. E poi c'è il discorso delle autorità, quindi tralasciare l'aspetto della notifica dell'incidente, a parte che può essere una violazione, questo aspetto per sé, però è anche un tema, perché l'autorità, ma il dottor Baldoni credo ce lo potrà confermare, fornisce supporto alle organizzazioni, non è lì a verificare quali siano i gap dell'organizzazione, almeno non nell'immediato. Poi certo, se ci sono delle gravi inadempimenti rispetto ai profili di sicurezza, quello arriva anche in un momento successivo, ma rispetto alla gestione dell'incidente le autorità sono lì anche per supportare, e noi vediamo che la società spesso non ha questa sensibilità. Dice no, me lo gestisco in casa, cerco di e poi vedremo. Quindi su questo è auspicabile che ci sia un po' un cambio culturale da questo punto di vista rispetto al coinvolgimento dell'autorità in fasi critiche, non solo perché è obbligatorio, ripeto, ma perché è anche utile e necessario. E poi questo aspetto della notifica e quindi del coinvolgimento dell'autorità è chiaro che è progressivo, perché al minuto 1, e adesso passo subito anche a un confronto che ci sembrava interessante fare su come un incidente possa avere diversi risvolti, no? Diverse normative possono essere applicabili e diverse autorità devono essere coinvolte. Quindi prendiamo il caso, visto che questo panel è dedicato anche alla data protection, di un incidente di sicurezza che riguardi anche i dati personali. Qui il GDPR dà un certo termine per notificare all'autorità competente, che in Italia è il garante, quindi 72 ore. Può essere necessario coinvolgere anche e informare gli interessati, quindi le persone fisiche cui i dati si riferiscono. E poi non tutte le violazioni, chiaramente, che riguardano i dati personali debbono essere notificate. C'è un discorso, diciamo, di rischi da valutare. Che cosa troviamo invece nella NIS 2? Una situazione analoga ma diversa. Quindi i soggetti obbligati a notificare non sono tutte le organizzazioni come per il GDPR, ma sono i soggetti essenziali importanti. Quindi adesso le organizzazioni stanno cercando di capire se sono dei soggetti essenziali o importanti ai sensi della nuova normativa. Sono moltissime, by the way, le organizzazioni che rientrano in queste categorie. C'è un termine della notifica che è addirittura più stringente, quindi entro 24 ore occorre fare una pre-notifica, entro 72 ore, come per il GDPR, la vera e propria notifica, e poi una relazione finale entro un mese dalla notifica. Quindi c'è un discorso di gradualità, così come è previsto del resto per le notifiche dei data breach. Quindi noi, quando supportiamo i clienti da questo punto di vista, non dico tutti i giorni, si valuta a seconda di quello che si scopre. Magari ci sono delle analisi forensi che vengono fatte e si scopre qualcosa, c'è tutto un piano di misure di sicurezza che vengono implementate e di cui è giusto e doveroso informare l'autorità. Quindi è un iter, diciamo, che va per step. C'è una fase sicuramente di convergenza. Ho fatto qua un esempio, cioè un attacco cyber che provoca l'indisponibilità dei dati sanitari dei pazienti di una struttura sanitaria e comporta l'annullamento di operazioni chirurgiche. È un caso ovviamente inventato. Qua abbiamo un discorso di dati sensibili, dati relativi alla salute. Abbiamo un'organizzazione che non solo è un titolare del trattamento ai sensi del GDPR, ma è un soggetto essenziale e importante ai sensi dell'ANIS 2. Quindi l'organizzazione, domanda, è pronta per fare queste notifiche in questi termini, reagendo? Vanno gestite le notifiche all'autorità, l'autorità poi chiede informazioni, può avviare delle ispezioni, quindi questi aspetti sono, diciamo, non secondari. E ripeto, c'è tutto un discorso anche di, da un certo punto di vista, partnership con l'autorità, che è chiamata anche a supportare appunto le aziende in questa gestione. Quindi volevamo un po' darvi questa panoramica sull'approccio, al di là degli aspetti normativi. Non so se c'è spazio, forse dopo, per delle
Magari
domande.
dopo, perché siamo leggermente fuori tempo. Ovviamente non ho interrotto perché faceva parte di un discorso organico. Magari dopo, se c'è ancora tempo, continuiamo, però adesso intanto grazie ai nostri ospiti, grazie ad Andrea Nanni e Pietro Boccaccini. Quindi adesso è arrivato il momento, let's switch back to English and let's continue our travel around the industry sectors and their response to cybersecurity threats. I invite with me Anna Matteo and Diana Mejias Roman. I hope the name is correct. So Anna Matteo is Digital Transformation Director and Chief Information Officer of OVS, the fashion retail. And Diana Mejias Roman is CEO at Viblio and strategic partner at Future Learn. So let's start from Anna Matteo. Why, Anna, is cybersecurity so crucial for the fashion retail industry and as it undergoes digital transformation?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Well, first of all, you know that fashion retailer has always been a primary target for cyber attacks because we do handle a number of customer data, credit cards, behavioral. So and they have been always a primary target for cyber criminals. Of course, as technology progresses and as digital transformation, as fashion retailers embraces digital transformation, we do have, as an industry, need to face, I would say, a complex balancing act. From one side, leveraging technologies to sustain growth. From the other side, of course, addressing the different numbers and the growing opportunities that cyber attacks have against our industries. OVS, you know, the first Italian fashion retailer player in fashion, 1.5 billion turnover, 200 stores across the world, 1,600 in Italy, listed in Euronext since in Milan since 2015. We have embraced a very important digital transformation program lately, addressing mainly the way we sell products through omnichannel, so connecting stores and e-commerce, addressing different aspects of the supply chain, and of course, customer relationship management. All those three aspects have been changed through, I would say, new pivotal technologies like cloud, data, and digital transformation in general. And when we talk about these technologies, of course, it means that we start interconnecting different aspects that cannot be seen in a different, separate way, but should be seen completely in a completely integrated form. Let me give you some examples. What we are used to buy in the stores, whatever was available in the store. Now we can buy everything which is not available in the store, because you can ask for something which in real time you can pick up from another store or from the e-commerce. In the supply chain, you can, of course, optimize the way you distribute clothes in your stores using artificial intelligence, because you can better understand what's the high probability to sell something here and there based on analyzing data. And there are a number of other different things. Of course, in logistics, of course, we do many other things. And this means that we become more and more a data-driven company. Data-driven company means that we bring all our data, we put it in the cloud, we access in real time to this data. And so the more we can become data-driven, the more we access these different technologies, the more we are exposed to a number of different approaches, because the playground is made of humans, technology, data, and cloud. And cloud, we might be discussing this a little bit later on, also is not just about relying on third-party clouds provider like Salesforce, like Oracle, like many other vendors, but it's also about putting our software in cloud infrastructure. And one of the things we are experiencing, since we are not a startup, we are a company that has been on market since legacy system. We do have a lot of legacy systems, and there's no way we can rid of it, although we are embracing this technology. We have a hybrid architecture, so we need to both keep alive the legacy system and the cloud. And one of the things that we are facing is that when we decide procedures for backup, for restoring from the backup, cloud works in real time. Legacy system, they have a backup in 2020 in the night. So what's the consistency of data when you need to put the data again? Because the legacy systems in the night see that your stock in the store is, let's say, 10. But by the afternoon, you've been sold many of that stocks. So what's the consistency of data? That's one of the main issues that we are facing. And geopolitical issues, of course, as you know, as a retailer that produces in Far East is extremely important as well. So there are numbers of issues, but the message is, yes, cybersecurity and digital transformation are extremely linked, and we need to face a balancing act.
What cybersecurity threats are currently impacting OVS and fashion retailers, and how OVS is strengthening its defense?
Well, there are a number of threats. I don't want to go through. We have been very interesting, and congratulations for this meeting, because it's been very interesting, and we have been discussing many threats. So I don't want to go deeply into what we have already discussed, but I want to maybe make some specific points that are related to our industry. So first of all, our overwhelming concern is protecting data, customer data, stores, supply chain, and infrastructures. When it comes to customer and employee data, data breach is the number one, of course. And data breach can be from malware, from software, from different aspects that we have in our systems. And that's our, I think, one of the primary concerns, because it's not only about, of course, securing the data, but it's also about the trust to the customers, the GDPR fines. So we have been discussing this, and as you know, I mean, these are extremely important. So data breaches is one of the most important in protecting our customer data. Second, stores. The more we put technology in the stores, the more we are exposed to, of course, malware that someone can inject in the stores. And once you put some malware in one of the stores, because of course in stores you do have customer behavior, you do have credit cards, you do have a number of things that cyber attacks are highly valuable for them. They can spread everywhere. So if you don't work for what we call network segmentation, which means trying to secure that once you have some malware inside one piece, it doesn't spread everywhere. It's very, with so many networks, with so many, and as you know, our business is also, we don't have only our stores, we rely on franchisee. So we need to also take care of third party, not only in the supply chain. So stores is the one of the most important things, and supply chain. Supply chain is becoming more and more one of the point that we need to care about, because third party, we have been discussing about how important it is to pay attention on third part. And third part means that if, for example, one of the supplier has his credentials stolen, of course, you can get into the system and get everywhere. And we have been discussing about multi-factor authentication, whatever. But think about, and when we talk about resilience, it's very important, but we need also to adjust this concept on the industry specifics, because how can you put multi-factor authentication when you rely on, for example, works in the logistics or in the supplier chain where people change and they do access your software? There is no one person accessing that software, so it's very difficult to put multi-factor authentication. It's not easy, or in the logistics sector. So once again, to need to think about how you can reshape that concept and adapt to your industry. And also, when you think at supply chain, of course, it's very important to put third-party management, audit, and everything. And one other thing is very important in supply chain. We are facing also many regulations from EU regarding textile. You know that we are going through some regulation regarding waste management, digital product passport. So every single piece we wear is going to carry data. So everywhere we have data to manage, and they are everywhere. So what we are doing, of course, we are doing everything everything we have been discussing this morning. We are constantly evaluating ourselves again, the NIST framework, and we have a very important cybersecurity plan, 3-year plan. We are working a lot. And so we have this ransomware procedures, crisis management procedures, identity management. One of the things we are working on is also role-based access control. Least privilege need to know because you want to give people all the things like was in the past, but just the things that need to work, because that's where you can bestly protect it. And then, of course, one of the other most important is software, how we develop software, how we put together this legacy system with the cloud, and the enablers in between is the software, cloud native, that needs to be controlled. And so there is a lot of attention in how to build software. Then cloud, landing zone is one of the words that we... which is not landing like here in the airport, but it's where we land data and how we secure them. So landing zone is one of the most important issues. A number of things we've been discussing, I won't go through again, but for example, now, one of the things we are working on is the things that I mentioned earlier regarding how we can have business continuity, of course, based on the business impact analysis, understanding the priority, the timing, the RPO, all the things, the stuff that you know if you work in this area. And for doing this, we are working with Polytechnic of Bari, because we think that we have been discussing that this is not a work that industry leaders can do by themselves. There is the government, there is the legally, and we the communication, the legal table. And we are also embracing this work with Polytechnic and research. We started an innovation center in Bari with Polytechnic of Bari, where we are studying how we can be more resilient through artificial intelligence. On one side is a threat, but on the other side, as we discussed, is of course an opportunity. And for network segmentation, because it's for network segmentation, either you do it analytically, and it's very, very difficult from a company with more than 30 years old with the COBOL and the custom, you know, if you guys work in IT, you know how this is, or you can spend a lot of money in software which try to simulate this, or you can start understanding with these new technologies how you can work. And so research is very important also in understanding that you need help from outside in order to understand how to face all these problems.
Diana Mejias Roman, can you describe us how Biblos artificial intelligence systems and selects and personalized content for individual users?
Yeah, and also for companies. Thank you. I'm delighted for the invitation. So thank you very much. I am not going to be technical because I think that you already said many things. So what we do is something that it's very simple. I am going to describe as the way that you already, I think, most of us use currently daily base. They are called recommender system, and our recommender systems, for example, like Netflix or Spotify. What we do is we make pictures of many data entry from individuals and for employees because we are a B2B business. And we use that data to personalize learning contents in which we have, in fact, contract in distributions, contracts with providers of contents, university worldwide. So specifically what we do, we have now as a strategic partner of FutureNerd, we have 20 million of users and 45 million of people that comes yearly. But let me explain this with an example, like very concrete, because technically you already said everything. Imagine a world in which these 20 million of people give to you their preference in terms of interest of learning, what they want to learn, why they want to learn, their likes concerning what they would like to do with their professions, careers, which skills they want to build. And specifically with generative AI, they also have a conversation in which they talk to you and say, listen, I would like to make a reskilling. I would like to change my job. And which is the best path that I can do, which is the skills that I have to focus on, which are the best contents I have to make or I have to go through to make this happen. So this is specifically what we do, but we do also analyzing not only roles, patents internationally, job posting internationally, but also making some sensitive things. We analyze personality traits, and that is very dangerous in data management because it's a very sensitive data. You think if you are a user that wants to be effective in the way that you do your job, there is not only about skills, interests, what you like, but it's also about how you personally interpret your role. So let's go into another example. You are a financial director, so you for sure need to have technical, strong skills that you have to get improved. Soft skills, you have to, for example, negotiate with many of legals that are here or finance people. But if you have an avoidance style of risk, that is a personality traits, it's important that you discover that it's risk adverse with a personality traits analysis, how you can improve in a world that is moving and changing rapidly. You need to change that personality traits or you need to compensate your style of decision making. So this is what we do. And for that reason, the data, the way that we manage data, it's very important. That data for us, it's a real, yeah. So the way that we manage data, and this is a very interesting point of view, is that data for us, it's an opportunity, but also we challenge this kind of manage of data, giving to the individuals the responsibility to manage that data. Another example to make this happen. When we enter in a B2B, in a company, we have all the flow that we have. The information that the people, the employee, for example, for instance, if he accepts to make the interview, the video interview for analyze the personality traits, that is completely AI, machine learning of self-learning system, it's not shared with the managers. It's only in the responsibility of the individual. If they want to share, they have to select the option to make that. So this is a trust relation we build with the employee, and we need to protect that information. So how we protect, probably it's another question. I don't know if you are going to make this, but how we would like to make this happen with, for example, 20 millions of users. It's we are analyzing how the best hackers in our entire life works. Not hackers, real hackers. We are talking about natural hackers in nature, for example, cancer cells. So we are discussing with data scientists that are working with biological approach to use proteins to try to teach and train our immune system to change the code to protect from cancer. And the principle is the same that with synthetic data that we have to use in our database. If we have these separations, anonymization of informations and instruction of a small part of our data, sensitive data, we can use all different flows to hackers in which way they want to take this sensitive information. So this is the approach that we are observing. It's a study field, it's a research and development field, so it's a new way to see how hackers act with sensitive data.
So how does Biblio and FutureLearn can navigate this trade-off between safeguarding the user privacy and collecting data for companies' strategical decisions, especially in the context of recommender systems?
Wow, this is a huge trade-off because it's like individuals. And let me say to you how we solve. We believe that individuals must have to take into responsibility about the importance to be responsible of the way they treat data. So the challenge that we did is that we offered to the people, to the individuals, the chance to be responsible. So they have to enhance, they have to be the responsible to share their data, for example, with managers. If they does, managers can make an interpretation of the detailed data of their employees. If they don't, the data is not shared. We have aggregate data for the companies to make strategic decisions. But since we have our relation of trust with individuals, what we are doing is to protect individuals' data as a first choice. That is not an easy answer for companies that buy us, because companies say, come on, I am buying you, I need the data, I need to take important decisions with that data. But we want to understand that culturally, be trust on people and how people can improve their skills in protecting their data. If we don't give to them the responsibilities, come on, you have kids. If you don't give the space of responsibility, they are not going to build the competence and the skill for the responsibility. In terms of tech factors, what we do is that we select the path, and this is very important what you already said, all of you, how to preserve the flow of the information and all the system and the infrastructure for the companies, protect the sensitive data of their employees with all the systems that you already explained before. So it's the same. I mean, again, I'm not going to repeat what you already said. We are different levels of that we can solve this trade-off.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Anna Matteo. Thank you, Diana Mejias-Roman, for
welcome.
Camandona, partner at Castaldi Partners.
We're conscious we are the only thing stand up. I need to push. What do I push? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. We're conscious we're the only thing standing between you and lunch. So we're not. Oh, okay. Well, then we're in a better shape than we thought. Good morning, everybody. It's a treat to be here. Stephen, thank you for having us here, and to your entire amazing team for setting up this beautiful, beautiful event. Before I introduce my esteemed colleagues, let me maybe say a few words, big picture-wise, about cybersecurity, what's happening in the market. The latest statistics basically show that during, I would say, second quarter of 2024, we've seen a spike of approximately 30% in cyber attack worldwide. Most of them, of course, are motivated by ransomware. We've also seen in the US a spike of 70% on attacks on critical infrastructure, such as utilities. In the UK, we've seen that approximately 50% of the businesses across 2024 have experienced a cyber attack, and 32% of the charities have also experienced that. And we're seeing a very alarming increase, and I think it was mentioned before by the other speakers, an alarming increase of use of AI to perpetrate these attacks. So how safe do you feel? Well, in order to make you feel a bit safer, I'd like to introduce you to our co-speakers. On my immediate left side is Emanuele Camandona, who is a partner in Castaldi Partners, who needs no introduction, a leading Italian law firm, and who has 20 years of experience, very, very seasoned lawyer in corporate and M&A, both in multinational companies, as well as international law firms. Welcome, Emanuele.
Thank you. How are you?
And on his further left side is Davide Sportelli. Davide is my partner, I would say, in crime for the past 16 years. He heads our employment practice in Italy of Simmons & Simmons, and is a remarkable employment lawyer, and has also advised many, many corporations on cyber security events from the HR perspective. So without any further ado, why don't we start, and let me, and guys, no more than 3 minutes per answer, huh? Okay. Let me start with Emanuele. Emanuele, what are the 3 immediate measures to implement in case of a cyber attack?
Okay. In the event of a cyber attack, rapid action are essential to minimize damages. This is the key point. So the 3 critical measures to be taken immediately are, first of all, the isolation of the compromised system, disconnecting the affected system from the main network to contain the attack and to prevent its spread, right? This is the first key point. This, of course, has consequences, meaning disconnecting servers, blocking remote access, limiting compromised functions. So what is really crucial that the isolation is done without altering the digital evidence, okay? Because this will be useful for the forensic analysis to be performed later on. The second key steps to be adopted is activation of crisis response team, right? With the cybersecurity specialist, which will measure the nature of the cyber attack and its extent. And third, to immediately think about the communication. Communication which need to be split between internal communication to the employees, to the suppliers, to the customers, and external communication to minimize the reputation damages.
All right, thank you. You're actually 1 minute early. Well done. Let me jump over to Davide Sportelli. Davide, can you speak, we're still big picture, can you speak about your firm's overall approach, our firm actually, to cyber attacks when you're dealing with major clients? What are the do's and don'ts? And what's kind of the roadmap you apply when you're faced with a call that a client of yours has been attacked?
Yeah, thank you, Mario. Yeah, this is a low firm perspective. So what we do when a client comes to us and says we had a cyber attack, of course we have to create a team. The team is key. There is no chances that a standalone lawyer can do all. There is no jack of all trades. You have to implement a team immediately. And on an organizational point of view, I think that there are a couple of things to be done. One is to create immediately a mailing list of all the advisors involved. As you know, there could be many lawyers, and lawyers are in different practice of law, IT experts, crisis management advisors, and so there are many. Second thing, to appoint one project leader immediately, because the company, the client is under pressure, is very under pressure. They need to call you every day, so you have to be one person fully dedicated to this project. Second, create an internal mailing list for your internal stakeholder. So upper management, media department, if you have one, DPO, and IT team, HR. These are the people that have to be all together and communicate every time together. Then just check if you have other branches around the world, because a lot of times the virus or the cyber attack involves not only the local branch, but also the foreign branches. And this is very important because the deadline to report the incident could differ depending on each jurisdiction. In Italy, this I think is 72 hours. In other jurisdictions, it's different, so you have to be quick. And last, make a damage assessment. Sorry, a damages assessment. So, what kind of claim and compensation for damages your supplier's customer can bring against you? Typically, if you do not ensure adequate protection system, you can be exposed to millions of damages, even up to 20% of the global turnover of the company. And so you have to check, because common risk is that perpetrators identify clients' password and then start making phishing campaign on your clients. So your clients then can ask damage to you because you have not implemented adequate measures. So these are the things that I would do immediately.
All right, thank you, Davide. Let's talk about the board of directors. There are always serious liability issues. And Emanuela, the question to you is, how do you protect your board members? How do you protect them from liability to which they might be exposed as a result of a cyber attack?
Right. So, as we all know, the board of directors has a specific duties of diligence and responsibility to protect and safeguard the company. What are the main responsibility in which they should carry during a cyber attack? And what are, of course, the risk of action to be brought against them? So, we'll say point number one, the civil and compensatory liability. Of course, it's quite evident that if the board fails to implement adequate measures to stop or prevent a cyber attack, members may be held civilly liable for the damages suffered by the company or caused to third parties, as well as to the employees, as well as for the reputational damages that the company may suffer. This is particularly relevant, and the diligence needs to be done quite promptly when a data breach is discovered. If there is an evidence of negligence, of action to be taken that should be taken before the cyber attack occurred. The second point and the second risk that a board of directors may run is the duty, they have a duty of oversight. It's not only necessary to implement measures to prevent a cyber attack, but also to monitor what we call the business operations, in particular the cybersecurity. Having appointed a chief cybersecurity officer, they should have proper vigilance on what are considered the weak spot on the cybersecurity system they have. They should have in place protocols and procedures in order to avoid that cybersecurity crimes will be occurred. So they should be very careful about not only implement the measures, but also to oversight and monitor the correct implementation of them. The third risk they may run is, as Davide a few minutes ago and Pietro before said, there is of course the risk of sanction embedded to violation of GDPR rules, which may cause several damages to the company because the fines are calculated on a percentage of the turnover. So we need, once the cyber attack has been occurred to a company, I would say board need to be informed what are the risks and the responsibility connected to such event.
All right, very, very good. David, I want to go back to you and to your do's and don'ts and to your step plan. I mean, there's so many moving parts when you manage a crisis with a cyber attack. What are the most sensitive strategic decisions you have seen in managing these kind of situations?
Yeah, I think that there are three things that very often comes up, and you have to decide what to do, what answer to give. And the question are: one is, did the attack compromise the running of the business, or is just a question of protect the data? These are two different, because the smaller the company and the more chances there is that the business itself can be completely shut down. And this is one scenario. Another scenario is, okay, I have a problem, the data are at risk, we have to manage how to protect. And this is the first question. The second question is, sometimes companies think about press release or about their attack. So do we need to say something to the press or not? And this is, of course, there is not an answer, but thoughtful consideration should be made. Our preference is not to be proactive, but rather reactive. So not say anything, but to be ready to answer if any answer is made. Third and most tricky one is what to do, whether to open a channel of communication with attackers or not. This is, of course, one of the big issues. Many companies say that they did not do that, but then it's not true. They have done this. Our preference is, because then the other question is whether to pay or not to pay the ransom if they ask. So that's the big thing. And our answer, again, is there is not an answer, but our answer is that, using a British maybe expression, is it never pays to pay. So don't pay, because payment does not ensure, first, the data recovery. Second, if the data are retrieved, they are jeopardized and compromised under a GDPR perspective, and therefore you find yourself again in the same situation as before. And the third one is that statistics says that 80% of the global organization that has suffered an attack and paid then will suffer a second attack, and often by the same perpetrators. Right. So it's not really a good idea to pay. Just to give us some other statistics, there are other downsides arising from a cyber attack, which is first financial losses, because the business can be jeopardized for a lot of time, and 66% of the company have suffered significant financial losses after a cyber attack. Second one is 50% of the company suffered a reputational damages, because the reputational damages, of course, is important and is linked to the press release. And the third one is that 29% of the company has also suffered a reduction in the workforce, because in a way or another, people leave. So these are other three implications and ramifications that a nice company should consider.
And I want to add to Davide's points, which are very well taken, is that paying to these perpetrators, to these criminals, to these gangs, can expose you also many times to criminal liability. And that's always something you want to avoid. This is why many, many times what we do when our client is facing the situation, we file immediately criminal complaints all across the board in the main jurisdictions. And if we are forced to interact in one way or another with these perpetrators, then we do it in conjunction with the police, with their blessings, although they can't completely, I would say, immune us from criminal prosecution, but at least we have some sort of I would say, of protection as we act in conjunction with them. Thank you, Davide. Emanuele, you know, you've been through these attacks, you've advised various corporations in these kind of situations.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, yes. What are the results you want to achieve, and how do you bring them there? I mean, the main results. I mean, if you had to choose just the main ones, the big ones.
Yeah, I would say three. So let's start again from the board. What the board ensure, and what for what measure the board, they would say, is responsible, right? So the board is responsible to adopt concrete measures. We have seen this before, and I think that the three main hot topics that they should guarantee are the following. The first, an efficient response management, right? So they should ensure that they have a crisis response plan. They have think about backup plan. They have activated promptly all the resources in place to avoid the spread out of the cyber attack, and they know how to restore business promptly in case of shutdown of IT systems, right? So companies, employees, stakeholders, suppliers, they really expect that the company has already think about a possible cyber attack and has already adopted all the crisis response plans necessary to restore the situation. The second thing, which is the key highlights, is the board should ensure transparency and business continuity. Okay, for what concerns business continuity, they should really think about how to ensure the business continuities with alternative system to run the business, using backup, disaster recovery plans, or minimize the disruption itself. Additionally, I think that they must somehow guarantee transparent communication with all the stakeholders, protecting the company reputation. And third, we say last but not least, they should ensure regulatory compliance with, say, GDPR first, prompt identification to criminal authorities, promptly liaise with the insurance, and generally speaking, ensuring a compliance with all laws and regulations involved with the cyber attack. I do not go into the detail because many other people already did it, but I would say those are the three takeaways.
Well, we have another question later just on one of these, so we'll come back to that later. One of the most sensitive issues always when you manage a cyber attack and go through the checklist Davide mentioned before are employees, for a variety of reasons. We'll tackle it from both sides, from the HR side, but also from the data protection side in a minute. Davide, from your perspective as an employment lawyer and HR expert, what are the key issues that need to be pointed out when you're managing the employee risk in a cyber attack?
Yeah, yes. When there is a cyber attack, of course, the main drivers are criminal and data protection. These are the two main practice of law. But still, employment is still important. First of all, you have to immediately communicate to the staff what is happening. Don't let pass too many days. So a high-level communication immediately is important. Just to say, we had suffered a cyber attack, we are investigating, we are doing what we can, but please be aware that more or less everything is under control. Then, if the company has the work councils, so the unions, then it's important also to inform the unions and to check if there is anything there to be done according to any union agreement in place. The third thing is that to remember that the employees are also data subject in the context of the GDPR rules. So you have to tell them that their sensitive and personal data are at risk to be stolen and risk to be divulged to the third parties. Just take a payslip. In a payslip, there are so many sensitive data included, so that the name, marital status, gender, salary, maybe bonus, salary increase, also the social security position. So these are things that can go everywhere, and they have to be aware of this. HR has also other information available, such as health information about the health conditions, disabled status, and so many other very, very sensitive data. Not to mention and not to forget the HR has also the ID cards of any employee, so this can go out as well, and also fiscal code, but also IBAN. IBAN is something very important because is where the company credit the salary at the end of the month, and this is another data at risk. What we then advise is to update the staff on a regular basis about what you are doing. So maybe after a few days, after 1 week, just send another message saying we are investigating, we are making step forward. You can also create some sort of a Q&A form and documentation in which you can say question and already answers, because these are very, very well received by the staff, such as what happened, can I access to my PC, personal PC, how can I communicate with my team now if I cannot use the company systems, and so on. So a QA form is very, very important. Last thing is that if the business is not possible to be run, then it is also a chance that the company may go into a furlough. So what we call here cassa integrazione, because sometimes the logistics or the supply chain is completely blocked, and therefore the HR should ask government to implement the cassa integrazione ordinaria. The other thing to be said to the employee is that their salary, the payment of their salary could be delayed, because again, across everything, there is also the issue that the systems that don't work properly, and there is some delay in even payment of the salary. So these are the main things to be said to the employee when a cyber attack occurs.
That's great. Thank you, Davide. Let's talk for a minute about data protection authorities. As you all know, there is always a race of notification, when to notify, who to notify, do we update? Emanuele, can you tell us more about that race and the interaction between the company and the various data protection authorities and the main compliance issues there?
Right. So, as you all know, under the GDPR, a company has just 72 hours to notify the relevant relevant supervisory authority when a data breach occurs. So you have to imagine that you are under, say, a very tight deadline, a panic situation, where first of all, it's needless to say that you need to stay calm, and you have to take into consideration that three main principles, I would say, apply in this situation. The first of all, what you need to describe under the GDPR notification is what is the nature of the breach, right? So which kind of data has been involved in the breach, the extent of the exposure, for how many hours, and roughly how many individuals or are affected by the cyber attack. This will give to the authority a quick overview of the scope of the perimeter of the cyber attack, right? And it's, of course, this is very, very difficult to estimate in the first 72 hours, but you need to understand that further updated could be done and released to the GDPR authority. Second point is that the authority wants to understand what are the potential consequences of the attack, right? So in this case, it's important to describe the risk that the individuals, employees, and stakeholders are exposed as a consequence of the cyber attack. And whether we are talking about identity theft or fraud or other types of harm, I would say. What is the goal? The goal is to show the authority that that the company has fully assessed the situation and impact arising from the cyber attack. The third, we say, main point is what kind of action the company is ready to implement in order to, again, lessen the strength of the cyber attack and reduce the spread, right? So this will give an authority that, as we said before, the company has a backup plan, has a crisis response team that is working, and it's a key message to pass the GDPR authority. Okay, now, having said that, drafting the notification to the authority within 72 hours requires, I would say, a few guiding principles, which at least in my experience, the notification should be driven by three main, I would say, principles. The first one is the clarity, right? So in a situation which is quite complicated and messy, simplicity and clarity is essential. So using straightforward languages, focusing on fact, okay? And rather than technical explanation which are very sophisticated and accessible only to IT experts. So the second thing is to do not be worried to be fully transparent with the authority. So the notification should show, I would say, accountability with a clear timeline of action to be taken and adopted by the company, and since the breach has been discovered. And third point, follow-up. The company need to understand that further follow-ups with the authority and continued dialogue are something that are not only allowed but highly suggested in order to cooperate with the authority and have, I would say, a proper collaboration to better resolve and fix the situation as soon as possible. Last point I want to say, Ariel, is since we all know that meeting the 72 hours can be quite challenging, what are, I would say, the three suggestions I have in this case? The first one, Davide, you already mentioned this. Setting up a dedicated task force in which legal is, of course, one of the main players, and together with compliance experts, IT experts, and communication experts. The second point is using a notification template which is something pretty simple. But in this situation, okay, guys, let's work with what we have, or let's start from a template, right? So we really reduce the amount of our spending on drafting documents. And the third point is that, again, you need to be concise, clear, and use a simple language in order to take into consideration that always further follow-ups are possible and are encouraged by the authorities. So less is more, but you need to be quick.
All right. I love that. Let's move on to less is more. Let's move on to Davide. Davide, I'm fast forwarding. We are now at the end of the cyber attack. It's done. We did everything we had to do. The authorities are happy. The employees are happy. The system is back online. Sales are working. And now we are in the aftermath of the attack. What do you usually see from your experience are the best practices of post-attack follow-ups within the corporation?
Yeah, that's the time, to draw some conclusion and to think of what did not work properly in order to then have a lesson learned. And of course, the first thing to do is obvious, is to try to understand why the attack was in place. It was just a coincidence, or there was a mistake by some of the staff that did something wrong, or there were no adequate measure implemented. Because then, and unfortunately it's a little bit my job, is then to discipline any possible wrongdoing by some people of the organization. For instance, if it turns out that the IT department, the IT manager, has never implemented anything and therefore exposing your company to risk, of course, this is something that has to be followed up. It has to be said that very often we see the other thing is that we find emails or recommendation by the IT manager to the upper management saying that you must do much more things. You have to implement this, and this. And the upper management didn't. So in this case, the IT manager is well placed, is safe. It could also happen that the virus entered because of some mistake by the employee, malicious or not. And this, if it is the case, you have to discipline. For instance, we have recent cases, and the case law are quite clear on this. Court of Appeal in Rome recently assessed that the termination for cause of an employee who has entered into her own personal post-mail, and has navigated in a not related work website, is the cause of the virus, and the dismissal was considered as legitimate. So the other important point to do is to review your policies and your trainings. I think someone mentioned before, it's very helpful then to send some phishing email to the staff in order to see what they do
and how they react,
and how do they react. Very often there are many employees that I would say take the bait and do something wrong and respond to a stupid email. And in that case, the policy should include a provision whereby, if this is the case, you have to redo the training and or even discipline. Last thing is that is the remote working. Now, after pandemic, remote working, of course, is the norm, but this is an area where the risks are even higher because of the fact that your laptop maybe is around your house, children can access, people can, and therefore you have to implement a robust remote working documentation with specific training for those people who work from home, and with specific disciplinary code for this kind of work arrangement. So that's, I think, is the aftermath.
Excellent. Well, conscious of time, I think we can wrap it up. If you do have any questions afterwards, we're going to hang around for lunch, so we'll be very happy to answer any questions you might have.
So let's finish with Gianmarco Casarola, Vice President Sales of QS. That will explain us another case study. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Micro. Okay, I can use this. Okay, so Italiano, inglese? English or Italian?
Come preferisce.
There are many people English that prefer. Let me know, English or Italian, as you prefer. Ok, I go with italiano.
Sì.
Ok. So, innanzitutto grazie tante. Andrea Carmignani, il nostro CEO, mi ha chiesto di salutarvi e si scusa, ma aveva un appuntamento che non poteva gestire in maniera diversa, doveva essere presente, perciò sta prendendo un treno in questo momento. Chiles, su questa slide e torno dopo per dire, prima vi dico chi siamo. Siamo una realtà diciamo anglo-italiana, siamo nati in UK come headquarter, ma il cuore è anche italiano, perciò diciamo metà, con una forte presenza a Roma. Siamo nati nel 2019, fine 2019, appena prima del periodo del Covid che conosciamo tutti. Abbiamo già avuto in questo periodo, ovviamente abbiamo clienti attivi, perciò utenti che usano le nostre soluzioni. Abbiamo avuto successo anche in quella che è la raccolta di fondi per poter continuare a investire e a crescere, e vedete i numeri. Chiedo scusa, si può passare? È qua?
Sa che serve l'aiuto della regia. Sì, ce l'hai in mano.
Ok.
Andato.
Ok, questi sono i numeri che ci contraddistinguono. Cerco di essere veloce, poi dopo, appunto, mentre avremo il rinfresco, sono disponibile per qualsiasi domanda. Ci tengo a partire dicendo, e ti dicevo, tornerò su questa slide, no? Perciò cosa faccio? Keyless permette di utilizzare e inserire in quelli che sono i processi di un'azienda che vedono coinvolte le interazioni con gli utenti, di introdurre quella che è l'identity assurance attraverso una biometria che fa biometria particolare, cioè il face recognition proprietario, che è stato sviluppato da noi all'interno dei processi. Perché identity assurance? E qua secondo me ha molto senso vedere queste definizioni, no? Cioè la differenza tra autenticazione. Autenticazione, io devo dimostrare attraverso delle credenziali che sono qualcuno, perciò il mio username, la mia password, il mio OTP, diversi modi, ma io sto dimostrando che conosco qualcosa oppure ho qualcosa in un certo modo. L'autenticazione biometrica, lasciatemi dire, diventa più forte, perché è qualcosa che perciò il controllo va a verificare attraverso dei tratti, vari modi, ma comunque verifica che sono veramente Gianmario. L'identity assurance è il processo che io riconosco, se vogliamo, cioè riesco a fare ancora di più dell'autenticazione biometrica, perché io in questo momento faccio qualcosa che è molto vicino, ma io direi uguale a quello che faccio quando mi passo i controlli di sicurezza o sono al gate, dove guardano il mio documento e mi guardano sul viso. Parliamo di riconoscimento biometrico, perciò facial recognition, riconoscimento facciale, che lasciatemi dire Apple ci ha abituato a utilizzarlo, non so io quante volte lo uso al giorno, essendo utente Apple, ma anche altri device. Questa è la biometria locale, no? Che siamo abituati ad usare, cioè la biometria del device. Quando noi registriamo il nostro viso, la nostra impronta digitale, facciamo un'operazione, creiamo uno shortcut. Ok? Io evito di andare a mettere il codice per sbloccare il telefono o altre cose, perché io abilito un servizio che dice ok, invece di usare il codice o i vari codici, tu una volta registri il tuo viso, è molto più semplice quello che facciamo, no? Guardo il telefono un attimo, che non addirittura anche inserire un PIN di 4 cifre o di 6 cifre. Però questo è uno shortcut. E questa è la biometria locale. Io nel mio device lo so che non dovrei farlo, ma per semplificarmi la vita per alcune cose ho registrato anche il viso di mio figlio. Però se qualcuno vuole, tra virgolette, mi ruba le credenziali, sul suo telefono mi ha rubato le prime credenziali, può creare lo stesso shortcut. Cioè la creazione dello shortcut non identifica che effettivamente è già Mario, ok? Poi sono nate invece le biometrie server-side, in cui io il match lo carico un'immagine campione, la faccio semplice, e ogni volta che faccio un face recognition vado a fare un match server-side. È ovvio che in questo caso io controllo veramente che sia Gianmario tutte le volte. Come sempre in tutte le cose ci sono vantaggi e svantaggi. Nel server side si è parlato di privacy preserving prima, perciò sicuramente questo è uno degli aspetti fondamentali. L'altro, se vogliamo, è anche il fatto di performance, perché andare a fare un confronto server side tra immagini che elaboro, cripto, decripto, eccetera, eccetera, può avere degli impatti dal punto di vista dei tempi. Cosa abbiamo fatto noi come Keyless? Abbiamo sviluppato un sistema che unisce i benefici, sfrutta il meglio di entrambe, perciò noi riusciamo a utilizzare il device, in questo caso la fotocamera del device, perciò un utente di qualsiasi smartphone che abbia una fotocamera si può fare un selfie, ok? Posso inquadrarmi. Sul device che è mio e sto facendo un'operazione che comunque governo io, perché la faccio partire io, non parte in automatico, no? Il face recognition. Sul device succedono determinate cose, perciò io catturo il selfie, estraggo il template biometrico e faccio delle operazioni, creo delle chiavi crittografate che escono, vanno server side. Nella fase di registrazione ho creato altre chiavi crittografate che mi servono per fare un'elaborazione in un ambiente criptato, perciò ecco, scusate, diventa complesso, però quello che vi voglio dire è, vi faccio vedere un esempio e poi vi dico cosa è successo in questo esempio. L'esempio è utilizzo una autorizzazione di una transazione bancaria, ok? E in questo caso io ho dato conferma mostrando il viso e ho fatto un identity assurance. Ho verificato effettivamente, questo è Michele, un collega, che Michele stava usando il suo dispositivo, il dispositivo che aveva registrato, perciò qualcosa che ho, qualcosa che possiedo e qualcosa che sono. Vi dicevo, non voglio scendere nei tecnicismi, la cosa importante è perché Keyless è privacy preserving, perché le chiavi crittografiche che sono create sul device dell'utente non sono mai decriptate, lasciano il device ma non sono mai decriptate e sono l'input di un processo computazionale che avviene comunque in un dominio sempre encrypted. Tutto è encrypted. Avete visto nel video, e ripeto, posso farvelo vedere dal vero, non è accelerato, è proprio così. Le performance, perciò la velocità del riconoscimento, è la stessa a cui siamo abituati con il Face ID. Dico il Face ID perché per la mia esperienza comunque Apple è veramente la biometria del device è quella più veloce, quella migliore. Ho anche un Samsung che uso per demo, eccetera, ma non è così performante. L'altra cosa che voglio mettere in evidenza, che ho già accennato, è perciò privacy preserving da una parte e multifactor authentication by design. Perché quando io registro il mio viso, utilizzo un device, poi ci sono diversi modi. Comunque ogni volta che io faccio un identity assurance, non solo vado a verificare che effettivamente c'è Gianmario vivo, perché ovviamente quando parte la fotocamera non mi faccio solamente un selfie, vado anche a controllare che Gianmario sia vivo lì davanti. Se ci metto una foto, se ci metto un video, non passa. Ok, perciò è una vera identity assurance, ma vado anche a aggiungere il fattore di possesso. Perciò ogni volta che è veramente un identity assurance strong, se vogliamo, non verifico solamente che ci sia Gianmario. Use case, ovviamente siamo, come dicevo, ne abbiamo un po' di clienti attivi. Quello che ci fa più onore è una delle Italian top bank. Non posso dire di più perché altrimenti poi si capisce velocemente quella che è questa banca, però voglio sicuramente mettere in risalto quelli che sono stati gli improvement, no? Perciò i miglioramenti, e come se vedete proprio loro avevano già degli ottimi processi in pista, ma hanno visto e hanno detto no, ok, possiamo ancora fare ancora meglio. Perciò questo un po' è sempre l'obiettivo di tutti noi. E cosa hanno attivato e utilizzato e stanno utilizzando la nostra tecnologia per rendere e ancora più semplice, ancora più sicuro e più veloce quello che è l'account recovery. Perciò mi sono dimenticato le credenziali, ovviamente no, oggi magari anzi è successo un po' a tutti noi, a volte non è così semplice, no? Poi magari vado all'ATM, non sono costretto ad andare all'ATM, è uno dei modi. Ieri poi vedrete, anzi ve lo dico dopo perché poi volevo chiudere e farvi con un sorriso, farvi sorridere, e perciò questa cosa che stavo dicendo di ieri la dirò dopo. Ovviamente, perciò da una parte avere dei vantaggi nel semplificare e rendere più sicuro l'account recovery, sia per gli utenti che per avere dei saving interni. Attivare la identity assurance su quelle che sono transazioni a rischio. Oggi, cosa che è successa a un amico pochi giorni fa, ha fatto un bonifico per comprare cripto in Cecchia a 6.000 euro, gli hanno bloccato la transazione. Chiamalo, tutta una serie di cose, poi è stata sbloccata, ma non è stata sbloccata perché io ho detto ok, faccio un'ulteriore verifica, io banca, faccio una identity assurance. Ecco, questo nostro cliente sta mettendo in pista tutti questi miglioramenti, ripeto, per rendere soprattutto la vita più facile a noi clienti. Il privacy preserving ovviamente ha semplificato, no? Perché bisogna sempre stare attenti, bisogna sempre verificare tutto, però quando non ci sono dati in chiaro o vengono schiariti, lasciatemi dire, lato server è tutto più semplice. L'enrollment, la registrazione del viso, visto che tanti dei clienti, e come tutti puntano tanto sul digitale, fanno un digital onboarding o hanno fatto un digital onboarding, perciò una registrazione del volto seamless, anche qua sempre nel rispetto della privacy. I vantaggi praticamente li ho detti dicendo gli improvement. L'ambizione è quella di riuscire, dico nostra, ma penso le premesse, come vedete nella prima frase, ci sono, perciò i primi risultati, questa grossa banca è live da qualche settimana, i primi risultati rispecchiano un po' quelle che erano le expectation, e come vedete i risultati che stimati e che perciò speriamo, ma ripeto, sia on track, verranno confermati, sono molto importanti. Qua adesso questo è il sorriso, gli ultimi 30 secondi. Il nostro obiettivo perciò comunque come keyless è quello di rendere la più facile per tutti, anche per quelli meno digital. Questo è mio papà. A usare i servizi digitali aumentando notevolmente quelle che sono anche le barriere e le protezioni contro i cyber attack, perché ahimè purtroppo convincere mio papà, io ho cercato di educarlo e tutte le volte glielo dico, però no, col phishing, la mail, dammi l'OTP, quello che arriva, insomma, pur sul telefono, lo mandano in panico, a 80 anni, gli date qualcosa da fare manualmente, riparare un piccolo elettrodomestico che vi si è rotto, se è riparabile, ve lo ripara. Su queste cose non è ancora... Questa foto l'ho fatta ieri perché ieri l'ho accompagnato a una visita medica importante e quando sono arrivato, come 4 volte su 5 succede, lo trovo così, perché lui si prepara, io arrivo e mi dice non riesco più a accedere a Banca di Piacenza. Ieri è successo questo, io sono piacentino. E ieri quando mi ha detto così, che si prepara, perché la prima cosa che gli dico è ma sei sicuro che le credenziali sono corrette? Così, lo trovo sempre così. E allora ieri ho detto no aspetta, adesso questa faccio una foto e la voglio usare nelle presentazioni. Grazie.
Grazie mille a Gianmarco Casarola per averci presentato l'esperienza di Keyless, l'esperienza e anche l'innovazione un po' che sta portando a questo segmento di mercato, sicuramente, come abbiamo visto oggi, fondamentale e decisivo. Io lascio di nuovo la parola a Steven, grazie mille per essere venuti oggi e grazie mille a tutte le persone che sono intervenute.
Grazie Marco. Ammetto che stiamo 15 minuti di ritardo. Vi chiedo un po' di pazienza per fare la chiusura della conferenza. Abbiamo in attesa, spero, Melanie Garson, che è Cyber Policy e Tech Geopolitics Lead della Tony Blair Institute di Londra, che ci raggiungerà in video. Poi vi assicuro che si andrà a pranzo.
Good afternoon, everybody. I now believe that I am the person standing between you all and lunch.
That's correct, but
I'm
they've all
hoping
just
you
told
can
me that they're not hungry, so don't worry.
I'm sure they're getting you. Can you see the presentation there?
Yep, I've just presented you as... Oop, gone again.
Are you able to see that presentation?
Yep, we can see it.
Yes, perfect. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm really sorry I can't be there in person. And so I know that time is running late. So I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of some of the ways that I think about cyber issues from a geopolitical perspective. And certainly, if there's anything I don't have time to elaborate on, if any of you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me after the event. So a lot of what I do is really think about how I connect the dots between tech and geopolitics. That's drawn from the work I do at UCL, where I teach a course called From Cyber Warfare to Robots, the Future of Conflict in the Digital Age, and my work at the Tony Blair Institute, where I'm working with governments really thinking about some of the bigger picture of cyber. And for me, it's very much thinking about what is underneath the conversation. So much of the conversation we have, especially now when there's a lot of focus on AI, is looking at really quite at the top level. And for me, it's thinking about what are the geopolitics and the questions that we have running the whole way down through the system, and is it resilient, and are governments and by consequently helping businesses set up for that resilience. And so starting with often thinking, of course, got to have a Taylor Swift quote, although I think she stole it from Joni Mitchell, is starting to think about what are the things that we don't realize that we have until they're gone. And starting with, so my, really thinking about hurricanes, and because a lot of my work, or the way we think about the geopolitics, is also thinking about the things that are in our control, things without our control, but also when geopolitics gets in the way of fixing the things that are out of our control, or whether things out of our control get exploited. And one of the key things we've seen recently is thinking about our cyber physical infrastructure, and particularly subsea cable resilience. So really the baseline of where 97% of the traffic is still coming over the internet, so sort of 97% then of what we're trying to protect, and is in us on somewhat surprisingly resilient, but yet still very fragile architecture. And as we saw over this year, we've seen multiple mass cable outages this year, particularly on the west coast of Africa, east coast of Africa, Indonesia, and in the west coast of Africa, only triggered by a tiny little bit of an underwater rockfall that took out these cables. And the impact of this can be quite stark. So in Ghana, the stock exchange had to stay open for an extra hour to continue trading. Over on the East Coast, when the East Coast cable went down, in Tanzania, the US Embassy had to shut down, wasn't able to offer any visas. So they have quite tangible elements of thinking about our operational resilience. Going from, so we think about, well, if the cables go up, we're looking to the skies and, the two satellites to pick up the backup of that. But as we saw this year, some of us may have observed very beautiful northern lights back in May time, but actually that was triggered by a solar storm that actually caused two. It's used that again. I'll come to where we think about the geopolitical tension inherent in this. Firstly, it caused the need for 5,000 satellites to make a minute shift. Now, that's 5,000 satellites in a space or a domain that is largely sort of undergoverned at this space. And so the rules of the road are not clear. High likelihood of crashes that could have really impacted our system. But where it did begin to really impact down at our end is that as we move into increasingly architecture like agriculture architecture that's reliant on having access to GNSS data, then things come to a halt. And this actually happened in the US. The corn harvest that day was meaningfully halted and actually created challenges within the entire cyber system. If we're looking at incidences, again, where we're reliant on this infrastructure, but in the cases of where we're seeing offensive or defensive jamming in order to protect systems or protect people during conflict. And if anyone spent any time in the Middle East, particularly in Israel, over the last year, you can open your Get Taxi app or borrow your Uber app and be told that you're in well, you're far from where you want to be picked up in Beirut or Jordan because of the defensive jamming to missile systems. So again, we're going to have to, this raises a challenge of how are we enabling access to systems securely in a time where, for geopolitical reasons, those systems have to come offline. And so those are the things sometimes beyond our control, but all of these, this infrastructure is becoming the subject of geopolitical warfare. So at the, in around December time, as the conflict in, for the Hamas-Israel conflict sort of expanded into the Houthi conflict. And one of the first things geopolitical activists started putting out there is pictures of the subsea cables. So one thing, we got them at threats of ecological disaster, and they put up on Telegram picture of subsea cables and saying, let's send the West into the darkness. And this became, it was a key concern to me when people said to me, what are you worried about as the Houthi conflict kicked off? I was like, the subsea cables. And whether it was accidentally or on purpose, the fact was an increase of activity in that area led to a cable going down, bringing down connectivity by 25% at that time. Similarly, an almost more interesting case was in 2023 when Kenya offered to send a peacekeeping force to South Sudan. The government wanted to send a peacekeeping force, and a group of geopolitical activists decided to send a DDoS attack, hitting the e-visa system, taking the e-visa system offline for the weekend. So really, we're going to see this interplay of where odd acts on the geopolitical scene can suddenly converge with thinking about cyber protections and thinking about how do we protect both government and industry for that. And that goes across the range of events. I mean, I stand to say geopolitical activists are some of the most creative people on the planet. And whenever there's a situation, they're there to exploit it far more quickly than we're there to defend it. So, with this convergence of both the geopolitical, and then when we saw the CrowdStrike outage, it's, activists immediately took advantage of that to try and further their needs. So where we have to begin to have this 360 degree look at how we're defending against it. And the final thing I'm going to throw in there is thinking now about HPCs, about high performance compute, and where this particularly sits in the ecosystem, both as a threshold of an expansion of the ecosystem we have to defend, but also where it has deep geopolitical implications, both as it's becoming a marker of power and as, it was Sam Altman said, and Lex Fridman parts, it's going to become the new most precious commodity in the world. And really as to where that trajectory is going. And if we take somewhere like Taiwan, which has the trifecta, in fact, of being the place of some of the most geopolitical significance on an earthquake episode-like zone, which could knock out the cables to it, as well as being the subject of massive hacktivist attacks, both state-sponsored acts of cyber warfare as well from China. And we're reliant on this of the center of our global economy. We begin to see where this convergence of cyber risk really has significance. And as already been alluded to, as we go into that, the people that are picking up some of the support in resilience, for better or for worse, are the large-scale tech companies, as we saw in Ukraine. And I think the implication of this is that these companies have really expanded their reach beyond just being tech companies, as we know, with more than the platforms, and often they're now throughout the stack. So we've got tech companies that have invested into the subsea cables and into the satellite layer and in the information layer and everything in between. So if we take Elon Musk, who's all in the news today, of course, but his XAI supercomputer that came on the Colossus, it's one of the biggest computers. It's got 2.5 times the number of GPUs that the largest US supercomputer has, came online within 122 days, one of the fastest it's built. Well, we're beginning to see where we've got this new realm of actors within the geopolitical system that we have to think about as they're part of underpinning our resilience. And in some cases, as part of they have their own diplomatic agenda, and in some ways, perhaps advocating for themselves geopolitically better than perhaps states do. And if we think about that, the game Cicero, one of the AI bot that was designed to play diplomacy, designed by Demir Cybis, who just won the Nobel Prize, not for playing diplomacy, but actually he's a world champion at the game diplomacy. So really thinking about where these tech companies are now sitting in the system and reshaping the system and what the challenges are, both from the geopolitical perspective of how we understand their role as either stabilizing or destabilizing force, and how they're integrated, and how we have knowledge of the decision-making process by which companies act when they're intervening within the system. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to think about, as we've seen, it's been a big day, and what does that mean? What does the changes in the US mean for how I'm thinking about this and how I'm thinking about geopolitics and cyber in particular, and what the lessons we can take away from this? And of course, this year, 2024, has been the year of elections. So there's been a lot of thinking about the extent that cyber threats would interfere with elections, particularly AI-generated threats in that picture. And I think one of the things that's been really interesting, although we saw there was an attempt at DDoS attacks in Georgia, Georgia, the state, as well as I think what was interesting is very early this morning, just around the time before they were about to announce Trump's win in Georgia, the representative stood up and said, "You messed with the wrong Georgia." So whilst we did see some electoral interference in the country of Georgia elections, in the state of Georgia, because of really solid preparation in the US, and we've seen that throughout the announcements from CISA in the US of really working hard to secure this particular election, certainly the operational side of it, and making sure it goes to plan to try and avoid any claims that might exist within any challenges to the election. And we see that's hacktivist notice from yesterday that's fundamentally sort of admitting they're not able to interfere in the elections as much as they would like. What do I think we're going to see in the shifts of cyber, of having Trump now back in the White House as president again? And, he was notorious in his first team. He fired, Chris Krebs for disagreeing with him. But we did see certain actions, and certainly the way that cybersecurity policy has evolved, or cyber resilience policy has evolved under the Biden administration. And, this is serious steps forward, a lot more collaboration with private industry in doing this. Trump himself, he did have Executive Order 13800 that was looking at cyber resilience. I would expect for cyber to still stay on the agenda, but for it to be done through more executive orders rather than regulation, which would seem to be what the precedent was last time. I think, interestingly enough, if we're going to think about things that we have to secure as at that intersection of cyber and AI, is the announcement this week of Meta saying that they're going to allow their open source models to be used in the military context. There's going to be a lot of focus on defense, and that's going to be interesting, both again on that double-edged sword of what we have to protect from a cyber perspective, but also where this will create new innovation in the cybersphere. And this was directly due to the Chinese announcing a research report saying that they had used Meta's open source models to actually create an AI bot that could be used for offensive purposes. So really trying to get the edge up on that. And that's going to be a real shift in the system that's going to create a certain sort of tension both within China and the other countries on the governance of military AI. If we go to sort of just thinking very quickly of the axis of upheaval, what would we expect to see in the cyber sphere? Well, we saw, again, over the last few weeks that one of the biggest worries in advance of the election was the discovery of this breach of base IT providers, of infrastructure providers, and what kind of knowledge was China having access to, and how that is going to play out. Of course, we're going to have the impact of potential tariffs, talking about 60% tariffs. And from a cyber perspective, when you get that, can often trigger increased espionage. So certainly we'd be looking at thinking about how we're going to defend critical R&D, going previously to the previous slide, thinking about, Trump was a person that set up Space Force, Space when certainly with his alignment with Elon Musk going to be on the agenda, really thinking about what is going to happen in that domain. China is already activating its power there and how we think about it. And again, onto the supercomputing, onto the thinking about quantum, both from the side of ensuring enough progress in quantum to be able to preempt any kind of Chinese sort of steps forward on the post-quantum cryptography race. So this will go back into this access to large high-performance computing as well. On the Russian side, again, my eye would be on from the cyber physical infrastructure up in the high north and the Arctic. That's going to remain a zone of contention as Ukraine, Trump has promised to end wars. So are we going to see a big influx of Russian interference over the next few weeks as there's sort of a push to really assert power that could tip the balance of where this conflict may land, particularly going before the big winter offensive. And we're still seeing hacktivism against allies, sort of an operational cyber activities against allies in response to any activity that is supportive of Ukraine. And then sort of thinking of where we're looking at in Iran, we've seen recent arrests of sort of IRGC-linked actors. We saw an attempt to be the one thing we've seen over this year is a massive evolution of Iran's both approach to its cyber warfare and very much from the Russian concept, taking on this very much holistic approach to including what I call cyfluence, cyber influencing, alongside its larger scale activities. And this is beginning to impact businesses, and particularly going forward, thinking of the disinformation sphere and how this is beginning to impact private businesses, of whether we're going to see a rise of new cyber approaches similar to a traditional cyber incident response, focusing on incident response for disinformation attacks as reputational damage has the potential to increase. And the one thing I just want to sort of put forward, we've talked a lot about Europe, but really thinking about that as we go forward, particularly into a new Trump administration, what is happening in the rest of the world, and particularly where non-aligned actors, or Africa in particular, where we see this dearth of, really big representation in the global governance on key elements regarding to cyber, all parts of making sure if they're part of the supply chain that they are secure but are not yet being fully enabled in this process. So really thinking about what are the responsibilities if, you know, we're not secure unless we're all secure, and the challenges of where some of these countries are leaning to China, the success of the digital Silk Road, and thinking about what will be the responsibilities for businesses in ensuring that they're helping enable partners that are part of that supply chain to stay safe. And just putting out there that currently Africa is probably one of the most attacked regions when we think about cyber attack. A Checkpoint recent report said they're suffering about 3,370 attacks a week in some of the area, in some of the companies they cover. So really to keep our eye on from the geopolitical perspective, if we're individually not safe unless we're all safe, and how to bring in those regions into our global governance conversation. So that is my super whistle-stop tour, and also the case for thinking about where we need to, where the geopolitical potential fault lines are, where they're likely to go, where we still need a more holistic focus on securing baseline communications infrastructure so that everything that we're increasingly delivering on it and weighing it down with is there and operating as we need it to do to deliver every country's and every company's economic prosperity. And as I say, super quick talk, but if anyone's got any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Okay, we're not quite 15 minutes late now. Thank you for that, Melanie. Just to close, I would like to thank our sponsors, Sims & Simmons and Deloitte. I would like to thank SEA for hosting us. I was going to read out the list of everybody who spoke, but I think I will just say thank you to everybody who spoke. I would like to thank the chamber staff, and again, I won't read out the list, for the effort they put into making this happen. It has taken a lot of work to get everybody together. I hope you view what we've discussed today as being not only interesting, but also that the people who participated on the panel were of interest to you. And that's in large part due to the work that's been put in by the chamber staff, so thank you very much. And then I want to make a final thank you to my colleague, Marina Bidoli. Marina Bidoli is a councillor of the chamber, and a huge thank you goes to Marina for helping get this conference sorted out and for the quality of the participants that we've heard today. It seems to me, from a geopolitical context, given what Roberto said at the beginning and what Melanie has just said, I won't use the vulgar English expression that I think it comes to a lot of minds, but we have problems. And there is a lot to try and sort out. From a business perspective, we started off with Nicola's Holy Trinity. I think the Holy Trinity is prevent, manage, and recover. There are two words that have gone through everybody's presentation today: trust and prepare. Everybody that has spoken today has talked about trust and prepare. So in closing, I will leave you with a quote from Benjamin Franklin, which I'm sure most of you know anyway. By failing to prepare, you prepare to fail. Thank you very much. Buon pranzo.